Alright, got stream going on. Got this one here. The mouse is having some troubles. I really need to replace it. Unfortunately, well, you know. That kick making noise? Okay. Let me get all my links together and everything. I'm definitely, as always, behind. Just how it is. How it be. Behind forever. So... pick do be slowly gaining. I mean, slowly. But, hey, you know, doesn't cost anything. Okay. Why is it having problems trying to pin the mess? Okay. Okay, one problem, one sec. Even in the future, nothing works. It'll happily let me start a stream, but to be able to do anything on it, it wants me to re-authenticate. How exciting. Get the camera back up. Okay. Kind of fun. You don't have to tell people on Twitch to follow. They often just do, but getting them to join Discord seems pretty important. The other ones, I don't know. YouTube's the only one you really have to tell people to do anything. Otherwise, they just kind of never subscribe. I wonder what causes that, like the difference in behaviors on it. It is a bit perplexing, but those have all been pinned. Let me get the YouTube one there. Oh, I guess I gotta start Social Stream Ninja. Keep track of all the chats. Enable. Okay, that, and then I require one YouTube link to tell the Discord that I am getting ready, if you will. I don't know why I'm looking at that the whole time. I could be looking at the sky or something. The sky's prettier. I used to try to play favorites on which platform I put at the top of my Discord, but I don't care which one they watch on. The money difference on Twitch is so minimal, it's like, whatever, who cares? Might even just hurt channel growth to have it, so it's almost like I don't even want it to be an affiliate on there. Might even just hurt channel growth. Wouldn't surprise me if it did. Right. Okay. I guess I need my notes. That's the last thing. I'm so far behind today on everything. I didn't get everything done I was supposed to do, to be honest. Definitely a bit on the old rough side lately. All right, got my notes ready. I remember what I was working on last time when I decided to stop. Oh yeah, never mind. I remember exactly what I was working on, which was the encounter system and the ability to wipe out enemies, because not all enemies are being removed, and that's definitely a massive problem that causes enemies to eventually just kind of stop showing up, and that's not what I want. Where are you at? I didn't do much off screen other than install a few more packs of crap to play with. I think it's about it. And yeah, pretty much it. Just a few more packs. It's ones I need to look at. I don't even know what they even have in them. But I just added them in. I was like, I'll get to it eventually. And spoiler, I haven't gotten it to eventually. Remember, I installed this command center one. Like, it's mostly just like, honestly, it looked like the time bureau from like Loki. I don't remember what it's called, but with all the random paperwork drawers and things like that. So it might fit my world. I wanted to look at it and see, but I never got around to it. Okay. So it's losing the puppet. Certain ones are getting RFG'd. Which is largely a question of timing. I guess to be fair, the encounter system could also have done this too. Whether or not I keep the room removing them thing is kind of irrelevant. It's mostly that they are somehow losing control, but still still being controlled. Like they don't count for being removed, and yet they are there. Which I'm assuming is actually that makes sense. I think because right here, it could be down the midst of doing all this crap, which shouldn't take it very long. If something spawns during that though, and you switch rooms, it wouldn't be in the puppet thing. But it's not like they're tied to a room. It would just be in the array after the fact. It's just when you change rooms, it removes all the enemies. That's all. It doesn't attach each one to a room. So if it spawned after the fact, then it would just be in the array. Because once they stop moving, then it would be nothing useful, obviously. Well, I need some information here before this makes any sense to me. Let's have it announce the length first. Actually, I just need the print thing here. I don't need it to announce it. As soon as it goes to the end of this, it'll immediately announce it anyway. The system does work in that it checks. That's true. Move enemies. I suspect this will take a fair amount of time to figure out where the problem is, because the system is... I should have spent more time with it. I mean, it works, but it's it never truly was finished for what it was supposed to do. It just works. Mostly. Kinda. I want the encounter array too. Just so I can kind of have an idea what they're doing. My hair short is good hair in my eyes. It's just the right link where it like goes wafy, goes right in my eye, and it's like super annoying. The two arrays are not the same number anymore. There's an extra one now. Okay. I laugh. It's just like some dumb thing like this. I don't know. This was one of the things where I probably never would have been able to solve it early in the morning because I knew I was never going to be logically thinking through anything. But mainly most of the time I was so tired that I can logically think through as much as I used to anyway. I can always tell when I'm rested because I always want to tackle programming stuff. And when I'm not that rested, you can always see that too because then I go right after the after the art and level design. Enemies just get made whenever enemies get made. I have some sort of interesting idea and I just make it. I have to make so many of them. They don't have to be bangers either because I only have to make so many of them. Who gives a crap, right? Wait. I'm never even setting the puppet array index. That's bizarre. I do kind of need that, or the ending thing makes no sense as well. I don't care if it recycles the same code at this point. Because it's not like it's doing it at the same time, so it can recycle the code to its heart's content. Alright, there's enemies, like a champ, spawning some crap. An old statue over there. Don't you know what the next thing is that it spawned 2 statues? Perfect. Spawn something else. Just do it. I don't care. I got time. You got time, buddy. There's 3 of them. It's fine. 4 is even better. They're not even. They're even there, though. 1 and 2, sure. 3. Right. Back to 1, sure. Two enemies there, see them no problem. It's good to spawn a bunch more. I'm gonna go back and forth through the door a lot too, just to really screw it up. So far it's keeping the numbers and nothing has stayed behind. Which leads me to believe that that was the problem. 5 should be the cap. Switch to 0. Should be at 1 now. Should be at... Wait, what? Why are you not at 1? Okay, it evened itself out there, sure. That's because it has to loop through one, then it loops to the other, so that's fine. 2 of those spawned in, looks fine. Run through the door quickly here. Move enemies, sure. That one is still there. I'd say 3. Is that one just spawned in because it could be spawning because of that? If I run through this room and it vanishes. Okay, it was just spawned in the other. That's fine. They can spawn in the other rooms. It's weird and I don't like it. But at least it's not a bug. Those 2 numbers don't have to match up. Because the destroyables aren't part of the encounter array. But once they reset, they do have to match back up. That is true. If they don't match back up and I have questions. Right, matched up again, sure. I think that fixed it. Trying to trip it up, but it has to spawn something before I run through it again. If I just run through it quickly back and forth, it doesn't spawn anything, it won't matter. I jumped through the door really fast there. Did the numbers even out again? Yes. It's always going to take a moment since it does the other one second, but still. Huh. I might have just fixed the problem. I'll have to do a long test to see if it truly fixed the problem, though. Encounter has 2 in it. They should even out. Are we evened out? Yeah, okay, even there. Sure. Seems like it works. Let's trip it up. Let's trip it up. Let's trip it up. Let's trip it up. Grab some textures, sure. It's all like you, jerk. Yeah, I know. I got this. That just means the enemies will always be like relevant. Which I think is a lot better than it was. I don't know why you're moving, but maybe something knocked you. I guess that's fair. Well, if this is fixed that quickly, that's a boon. I was figuring this take like an hour or more to really get this working, so I wasn't 100% certain what was wrong, but I'd have to go through a whole bunch of different sections and be like, is it this? Is it this? Is it this? But it does not seem to be the case. I like how the first time you think it takes forever and then it's fine. Numbers match up. Back to 1 and 1. Looks good. I don't see anything left behind. Despite running back and forth through the door like an idiot. Now the cursor's just playing with you. Cleans it out. New one shows up. That's great. Everything seems to be moving. I think that actually fixed it. Huh. Okay, well. Load everything up for the first time. Always fun. I killed it, so it went back down to being just 1. I don't know where the one is. It's firing something at me, so wherever that is. Oh, over there. Running out of sanity, of course. Yeah. Appears to work. Interesting. I guess I should do a long test then if that's the case. I need to fix that. I need to fix the unique spawner too. Maybe have a different distance for when those are despawned. Oh yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Just do a long run. I should start from over here with the long run. Not even the trees is really lousy. I miss them. They looked very cool. I do not have a replacement yet. I'll figure something out. Sure. I'm not missing any chats, right? Oh hey Bard, how's it going? That's interesting. Social stream didn't show the chat for that. Why? Do a quick test. Test. No, I did. I guess you messaged faster than I had social stream up. So, sorry about not immediately responding, Bard. Oh, let's remove that because I don't want it. Gunslinger Poppet. I might give her a cowboy hat for this one, honestly. I hide this in the OBS? I think I did. I don't want to hide the chat for everything. That's weird. I don't want to go this way. This way is not even like the best way to go, probably. It's just you would get double jump here. So I guess that's why I'm going this way, even though I didn't actually activate double jump. Or activate the thing for it. Don't need to, I already have it, but... At some point I'll have to create a save where I have exactly what I would start this area with and play it like that. That's satisfying. I will stand upon the mushroom and bask in its glow. Its holy glow. Boop, 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 boop. Not for too long, though. I don't think the encounter system could spawn on that, because it has to be an area that you could legally move on with the nav mesh, and I don't believe that's legally movable. Probably. Which means I probably also have a situation for flying enemies. They spawn in, but they just spawn in on the ground and have to fly up to wherever they're going. The nav mesh solution is a reasonable solution, I think, in that it makes it where, you know, you, at least you know the enemies could move. I probably don't need to have all these side thingies open. It's probably only making my life harder for no reason on lag. Ugh. Ugh. Or increase the strength on the Empress. It might need to just be faster than counting to 10. Maybe it'll count to 5 or something. Let's reduce its power. That wouldn't be a bad decision. I'm gonna go this way. Just because sometimes enemies spawn down here and then get stuck. That one's not even moving. He's just sitting here. That's the problem I'm concerned about right there. The enemies that just never go away. And they're often on that island too. I'm gonna run through this door, then run back and see if it's still there. If it is, then I haven't fixed the problem, and this test becomes a lot longer to do. Back to 2, sure. Because stray enemies are an issue. Yeah, forgot it. How did you get forgotten? It's not affecting the number that can spawn, but it's just not going away, which is good. I don't know why I close these in. I guess I got way excited. Why did I eat the food before the stream? Maybe I'll switch to small meal or something like that. Always, the food never does well for me. It doesn't seem to matter what I eat. Healthy or not, does not make a lot of difference. The problem here is something in here is I guess I can impose a straggler mechanic where if they've been lost from the thing, it'll pick them back up and add them. If they've gone too long without being commanded. That's an interesting idea, because then it doesn't matter where it's losing problems here. It would just simply go, okay, well, I haven't done anything in a while. Clearly, I need to be removed. The other option is to simply impose a thing upon it that says, hey, instead of re-adding it, it just simply RFGs itself. Like, okay, well, I haven't done anything in a while. Clearly, I'm broken. Both are options. I think both will work, too. And then I have to figure out exactly, because there's certain situations where it can just be a timing issue. When you're playing with this kind of stuff, things happen, you know? UPI combat. And it's really difficult to plan for every potential situation, so having a catch-all is often my first solution. I'll call this not forgotten. Because that seems more fun and more sad at the same time, right? I'll put the music back on. Also streamer mode on Discord, so I don't have to hear it beeping unnecessarily at me. Actually, I know I have multiple outputs on there. Just be on this and be just fine. More space on my streaming kit here. Sure. Yeah. So Not Forgotten needs. I guess it just sends itself. It doesn't even care. Just a simple actor reference would be perfectly fine. Call it an orphan. Ah, best actor's fine. I don't gotta be too on theme here. Do I want it to respond back at any point? Do I care? I don't think it needs to. Not Forgotten. This is valid. Actually, no, this is find. Not equal. Doesn't equal -1. Branch me, baby. No, I'll make it equal. It's more logically sound. It works either way, but just from an easier logic standpoint. So if it's equal to 1, do nothing. Otherwise, we're just going to jack it right on in here. I guess not equal would have been just as good. And then we go to the wait, I don't need them all to do this at all. Wait, no. If everyone does it, then it's a lot more processing requirement for them to go, oh, okay, well, hey, you know, every time I have to keep announcing or keep counting everything, that's just a lot of resources when you have a lot of enemies. It scales badly, but what if I just give them an actor tag for, you know, count this or something like that, and then compare it against the arrays and be like, are they in there? And if not, add them. I like that idea. How about count this? I always capitalize things. Or maybe don't forget. Don't forget. Can have an exclamation too. Exclamations might mess it up for all I know. I don't think so. I think they're just a string, but let's add that onto there, and then on the destroyables, I have to add it to destroyable parent. I think that's all that's actually handled by this. Double check that's true. The types of puppets that are controlled are interactables, sure. Doll faces and those, I guess. Well, I've never seen it lose one of those. Hey, 3. I'm playing around with the encounter system because yesterday when I left off, it was just leaving things orphaned. I'd go through a door and I set it up where when you leave a room, it would take out everything and start fresh. But then as you kept going back through the door, it would leave things. So it's clearly missing something, and then the erase is doing that. And I got it to where it worked and I couldn't get it to break. But then I did a longer test in the same room, and eventually there was another orphaned enemy who was no longer being controlled by the Puppet Master, which means it's forgotten. So I'm trying to make it so it doesn't, like, I'm creating a system as a backup plan. Because I don't know what's causing it to forget it. A lot of things can happen. But if I have a system that continuously checks and says, hey, I'm going to get all the actors that have this don't forget tag, and see if they're actually in the arrays, and if not, re-add them back. So this way they can be dealt with however. Oh, thanks, yeah. Should be interesting, yes. It's definitely an important aspect of the game since it controls all the enemies and the entire encounter system. Which it might be important. So yeah, right now I'm just giving this tag to everything that needs it, which it's pretty much just going to be those two things. I don't think I need a... Well, I guess I could do it for the other stuff too. Because this thing, I'm looking at the stuff the Puppet Master controls, and it also controls the interactables too, including the doll faces. I should have made the doll faces one of the, just have a base parent. I didn't though. I did make new ones of those. Oh yeah, well, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I made these. These were a fun addition that I made. The skeletons used to just sit here, but then I took the doll face mechanic that I had in the other level, and I made a fun upgrade to these. So now the skeletons watch you. Isn't that exciting? I just thought that'd be a fun, creepy addition. Maybe the ones on the ground watch you. There's no restriction on which direction they face. It's kind of weird, I guess. But I mean, we already accepted there's a doll who's not possessed, but I guess in a way it is kind of possession because their soul's stuck in it. But sort of. Oh no, I don't know why it would be a multiplayer game. It's a Metroidvania. They're not built to be multiplayer at all. Thanks, Twizzy. Yeah, I just thought it was fun. I was like, hey, wait a second. I have this mechanic with doll faces. The other one's here. There's some skeleton heads here. I got this. This room was just a fun surprise. It was never planned in any way, shape, or form. This prison thing here, the brig, but it just came about as a means of keeping a character imprisoned. And it's just fun. It's just some weird room that's just like, oh, yeah. Don't know what I'm doing this room yet, but something. Yeah, that's been my exciting use of that. What's also fun is, well, the other ones are all controlled by just this. They don't even have actual movement. I think those ones actually do have their own movement because they're built into something. About 15 to 16 months, Twizzy. It's been a minute. Trying to finish it by October 2026. I'll find a way. Yeah, I'll find a way. These aren't spawned in. These are, though. I just have to give a tag to everything that can be forgotten, basically. The Forgotten. Don't forget. Possessed objects can be forgotten, too. I've never seen it forget a possessed object, but... Oh, thanks. Yeah, my theory is that I have a bunch of things that have to make it to the game, and then I have a bunch of extras that might make it to the game. And if I don't get an extra done by a certain point, it just gets canned. Like, maybe if the game does well, I'll put it in some DLCs or something to kind of help it along. But there's certain things that just don't need to be there. They'd be nice. But if I put in everything I dreamed about having there, the game would take like 10 years to make or something. And let's be real here. I want it out in 3. that's a long time. So I've been removing things from the game that were honestly just... I was just being crazy. I was just... well, I mean, let's talk about what this used to be. You see how this game now is basically contained inside of this building. And the building is 6 levels. There's currently, you know, a basement as well. And then there's a hidden secret area as well. So there's basically 7 areas eventually. Originally, this game was housed in a dilapidated warehouse on the edge of the city. There were approximately, it was spread out in mostly 3 floors like that. It was approximately 20 floors worth of size. That would have never gotten done. I've still been digging around with this first level. It took like almost a year for me to do all the stuff that got the first level to the point where it was like, you know, pretty good. A lot of systems have to be designed. And this new level is going to take me about 3 months. So, would be my guess. Or this new chapter. So, let's assume it takes 3 months for 20. I mean, that's a long time, right? So yeah, right off the bat, that was dumb. But then let's talk about this. This used to be 9 floors. That's right, 33% bigger. I'm like, how long am I taking? How long does each of these floors take? Because, I mean, without any story, it takes me about like 2 hours to beat the first chapter. Once you put in story, it'll probably be a bit more. So, you know, assuming every floor, originally every floor was going to be a chapter, which meant that it would have been 18 hours worth of stuff, and then not including any kind of 100%ing the game or anything. But it would have taken forever because of how long the first one took. So I trimmed it down. I mean, you definitely, I mean, I'm sure you could. I mean, my first picked up RPG Maker in what, 2019? Took 2.5 years off because of health problems, plus some other months along the way because my health sucks. And I didn't even know what a variable really was when I first started RPG Maker. So hey, you know, I think with determination you can get there, and I haven't even been at it for a decade. For all of my game dev career. Career is such a wrong term there. For all of my game dev hobby, I was delusional when I first started. I showed up, you know, like all like smiles and like, you know, like stars in my eyes, thinking that things were just possible that clearly weren't. They just weren't. Not with like, you know, like with a solo dev, it's not possible. Even if you gave me a crap ton of money, I'd have to pay other people. It wouldn't be a solo project anymore at all. It's just like, wow, you know, I like to think that it was the Pirates of the Caribbean quote, the one where Jack Sparrow has, you know, William Turner hanging from that, you know, yardarm that's over the ocean, and saying there's two things, you know, two things matter in the world. It's what a man can do, what a man can't do. He's like, for instance, I could let you drown, but I can't sail the ship into Tortuga all by my lonesome. You can either accept your mother's apart or not. Or you have to swear with that one day or another. And, you know, yeah, he goes on to that. But the big point was, it was accepting what is possible and what isn't. For, like, a person, like, you know, one guy. I mean, it's like... So, the longer I get into this, the more I trim things from the game that don't make sense. Ideas that are insane. It's like, you want to do what? Let's be realistic about some numbers here. There are 14 planned bosses, and I will require about 100 regular enemies over the course of the game. So I need to design 114 enemies, not including NPCs. And here, one of the things I was thinking of, and I'm still arguing on this, is in the painting world, you can rescue toys, and then they open up little, like, little shops, or they appear there or something like that. But that might still get cut, because that requires me to have far more NPCs. And I don't know if having a build your own town is really all that great. I mean, there maybe be like a couple shops and then some things you could talk to. This isn't some, you know, open world RPG. They ain't giving you kill X quests, you know, that's bizarre. Metroidvanias don't do that. So this may simply get cut down to Tinka being here to talk to and simply using it as a method of traveling between locations and a usable save from anywhere. Because it puts me on the hook for designing a whole other world. And probably like, I don't know, 14 to 20 NPCs. That when completed will, in fact, mostly force you to walk a lot farther to reach the paintings and then some NPCs to talk to. So stuff like that makes a lot less sense to me. I trimmed it down to 4 chapters recently instead of being 6. I didn't cut content on that one though. I trimmed it down because from a story perspective, some of the chapters seemed kind of light. Like they weren't as exciting. There was just a lot less going on, and it didn't make sense to really divide them up as I had. So that's a thing. There wasn't a mechanic for the first boss where she actually had a summoned a voodoo doll of you. That got cut because it never worked out. I messed with it for a couple months. The whole time, it played badly. It wasn't fun at all. In practice, it mostly meant that occasionally you took damage because the voodoo doll took damage, but you didn't even know where the voodoo doll was. Protecting it was nearly impossible. It was terrible. Not fun. The problem was then that voodoo doll was going to be a potential NPC. But now there's no excuse for the voodoo doll to be there, so now it's cut that NPC because where does it come from? Like, the stuff like that gets cut. There's some ideas that they're half-baked. They don't play well. Like if I put an idea and it plays like crap, tossed. Not to mention the whole game originally being in that dilapidated warehouse, so the whole style of the game was originally, you know, the place was like abandoned. And you woke up there. That got cut, or changed, I should say, to the other one because the, I couldn't find the assets to make it work. That was really what it was. Like, I had all the steampunk stuff, but it wasn't beat up steampunk stuff. So unless I had a lot of money to have it like commissioned myself, which I do not, I got to use a lot of what's available and only make what I absolutely have to, because otherwise, I mean, it takes forever to make things too. The more complicated the thing, the longer it takes to make. I wanted to have an outfit switching mechanic for Poppet. I have yet to find a means of pulling that off without it being a complete FPS nightmare. So outfit switching is almost certainly cut. I might probably let you switch your hair though. That's available. So that's fine. Yeah, there's just, yeah, that's what it is. Like, at some point, it's just about understanding my limitations and what I can accomplish. And the farther in I get, the more I can go, okay, well, where am I at now versus what I wanted done? I mean, it's much more fair yardstick. Originally, when I first started, it's just like, okay, well, I don't know what I can come up with in a certain amount of time, so I took a lot longer making certain things and didn't cut out things as quick as possible. But now I'm very quick to abandon things if they don't work out. I had a system where the enemies were just like in the world in specific places. That got cut. Partially because the FPS was trash when I did it, but also because the new encounter systems were fun. So that was because FPS problems led to me creating a better system, I think is what happened there. But yeah, that's a lot of, I think, some easy examples of what I had to cut. Because they weren't going to happen. I think of them as like the delusional moments that I have. Like the argument is, or say it's basically an argument that's always going on between the dream, which is the thing you've always wanted to make, the perfect game, everything you've ever thought about, versus the timeline, or just time in general. But we'll refer to the timeline, because the timeline is how long you have to release the game. And, you know, if you never compromise on the dream, the game never gets released, because your dream can never be, like, what you see in your head will never be real. You can have something that looks kind of like it, but it'll never be what you see in your head. But if you sacrifice everything to the timeline, then you end up cutting everything that you wanted in your game. So it's a very game jam mentality. I think that was probably like one of the most pivotal moments when I started doing things. The first time I did a game jam. And it basically, because I was always a big dreamer before that. And the game jam's like, hey, you have 1 month. And I dreamed big for it. And by the last week, I was racing so hard that I didn't even have time to do all the testing. And I lost the game jam because I didn't do the testing. And I tried to cram in way too much into a game that was only supposed to be, you know, made in a month. And the lesson learned there was, if I had cut a bunch of crap and just made quality, and like quality control, I would have won. Because my game was so much better than everyone else's, but I dreamed too big. And the timeline didn't get the attention it deserved. Now I have a much longer timeline of less than 3 years total, but that timeline is looming. Realistically, the game has to be done by September of 2026 so people can play it in October of 2026, because it is clearly a Halloween game. If I release this during Halloween, I will get so many more views on it. If I release it after Halloween, uphill battle. I think what else I've cut from the game. There was a boss fight. In the previous versions, I think around this room here would have been a different room. And it was actually a giant haunted dining service. It was like a kitchen fight like that against a cook boss. Cut. It was. I might still use a cook boss. It's fine. I had a cook boot at all. But this area doesn't have the space for all that I wanted. So I had to start cutting things. It made no sense. Yeah, so there's been a lot of things that were cut. There used to be holes in the ground and like weird black substance because the place was dilapidated. All that cut. The curse was a little different. I mean, I think the curse plays better now anyway. Game jam mentality is the way to put it. Definitely have a problem with cutting stuff because I don't want to give up. Yeah, like I say, the dream versus the timeline. Can't let the dream win, or you just never release. And here I'm trying to... I started out living the dream, but now I'm working more against the timeline. And that's pushing a lot of cutting things. Plus it gets to Halloween, the more views you can potentially get as well. Yeah, that's exactly it, Bar. That's why it needs to be released then. Because if it's not released then... That's just like leaving money on the table right there. That's a bad decision. Hey, howdy, awesome one. How's it going? Hey, another guy. How are you doing? We're just discussing the dream versus the timeline. What do you cut versus what do you don't? You know, I'm trying to finish in a certain time frame. You ever feel burnt out or like giving up? I don't have very good health. Over the last 5 years, I have been to the ER more than 10 times. Nobody knows what's wrong. There are times then where I realize that I could probably, like, you know, take much longer breaks and maybe work on my health more. I don't know if it would help. That would probably be about the only thing where sometimes I'm like, am I really doing the right thing? Do I feel like, but I mean, I also realize that it's been like 5 years of that. If I wait forever on that, I'll never do anything. My whole life will be wasted. So I don't give up. Do I ever feel burnt out? I don't know. At the end of an 80-hour week, I kind of feel a little burned out because I work 40 hours this and 40 hours on this and 40 hours like actual work. But not really burnt out on making the game so much. It's just tired. I really like what I'm doing. I really like the game. I love game dev. I do it as a hobby. Maybe someday I make money off it. I don't know when, if ever that'll happen, but hopefully I make something back out of this, because if I make something out of it, I can make more. If I happen to, let's say this game gets released and it bombs horribly and it makes actual nothing, I would probably reevaluate making a second game. It would come down to if my streaming was successful at that point, if I was going to make another. I don't see how this game bombs, because too many people have expressed interest in it already that I can't imagine it would just be forgotten and nobody would ever touch it. But I just love what I do, so it's kind of hard for me to not want to do it. Wish I could quit my other job and I would do this, like, I would do this 60 hours a week. I wouldn't do 80 hours a week on this because I would like to work only 60 hours if possible. Yeah. Someone says, I find programming to be an interesting level of work when it comes to health. You're mentally tired, but not physically. Probably because all my jobs have been food service and retail. Yeah. That's the thing. You can be mentally exhausted quite a bit. I'm often both physically exhausted and mentally exhausted because of the fact that it's just been so many hours a week. Like, say, an 80-hour work week it's a lot of hours. That's not travel time to job or any other. I mean, I still got to eat and shower and do adult things as well, but not all the time. But yeah, it will definitely tire you out mentally. I also do level design when I'm tired, or like test combat or something. I don't know. There's plenty of things I can do. Sometimes I just show off the game to people because I can just play the game effectively. Like, I've created my own game to play. And that does make it where I don't have to think so hard. I just kind of write down the bugs I find, and there's always lots. So I need to do another full test of the game at some point. First, I want to fix this encounter system though, since the game has not been fully tested since the new encounter system has been created. But that's also because the encounter system has some horrible bugs still. And there's not much point in testing it because it breaks over and over. So once that's fixed, I'll probably do a full run of the game in engine. Yeah. And that's how I take breaks. To avoid total burnout. On, well, not burnout, but just mental exhaustion. I don't know, I just love it. I love almost every aspect of game dev. Except for the part where I have to basically be an influencer to sell it. I actually don't even mind. I like streaming it like that. But having to make YouTube videos, which I haven't even really gotten into much, and having to, well, I haven't even really done much on social media. All that stuff is just wasn't what I signed up for. So that'll be. I'm slowly building something up, so I have. This advertising is a big aspect of the game. Unless you have a lot of money, you're going to have to build an audience. You finish updating mine to the event system. I think I'm depressed or something. Just kind of look at it and get out. Yards here. I mean, listen. Take a break. Don't think about it for a bit. Work on something else in your game. Or if you just don't want to look at your game at all, take a weekend off and do something else, you know? If I don't have a good idea for what I'm doing, you'll see me quickly shift gears to a new section of the game. Because I could beat my head into a wall. And that's just exhausting. Or I can just move on to something that I find fun that I have a good idea for at the moment. I have to do everything. And then ads happen. Oh. Editing such a drag? Yeah, pretty much busy. Guess I'll say all the stuff about the depression thingy again, huh? Funny. Oh, ads. Possessed object print. I think I added already this thing here. Yeah, I need to get to making YouTube videos. I need to get to the 1,000 subs on YouTube. I need the monetization that, because then it'll help add to the game's coffers, so I can actually gain access to some cooler stuff for it. Because I mean, I'm gonna make the game even if I don't get monetization from like YouTube and things. But if I do get additional money, it just makes the game better. So I can hire like maybe real voice actors, which would be nice. At this point, I could probably afford AI voice acting because I am not rich, especially not after those medical problems. I used to have a lot of money when I started for all those problems. I'd saved up a lot. Not anymore. Is the Twitch ads over? Okay. Yeah, what I was saying was that just stop working on that thing and work on a different section of your game, right? A lot of like what will often exhaust you and game dev is sitting there and just bashing your head into a wall to solve a problem. Whereas, you know, it like you'll just be sitting there struggling with it over and over and over, just constant failure. Switch to a different aspect of it where you actually have a good idea at the moment and work on that. It'll give you plenty of time to think about the other thing. You can always come back to it. I've left this thing unfinished for weeks as I've built entire levels and designs like that, made enemies and new abilities and stuff, because I had good ideas for those. So it wasn't like this massive struggle where I'm just like constantly bug testing and fighting it. I'm just like, oh, this is a great idea. I'm gonna do this. And then I come back to this like, oh yeah, I haven't looked at this in a while. Have some fresh eyes on it. It's like, oh, that was easy. You'd be surprised how often the solution becomes a lot easier when you've taken a moment to step back. But I mean, also don't be afraid to, you know, just take a break from your game overall, like for a couple, like take a weekend off or something. If, you know, you're just tired of the whole thing or just exhausted, just game dev's a marathon, not a sprint, you know, like, like you're gonna, it's a long road. You probably should just walk the road and make certain you get there rather than run a whole bunch, exhaust yourself, have to stop and take breaks and, you know, start running again. Going, tortoise in the hair, right? I mean, I plan my game to be 3 years long for game dev, approximately. I think I have less than 3 years total. And if I just went, you know, full bore at that the whole time, I don't think I'd make it because, well, I have a regular job. I would exhaust myself. I would end up sick, unhealthy, just terrible things, and I would have to take more time off, which would then mean I would not accomplish the goal. So yeah, like, you know, I guess that's all partially goes into how I avoid burnout too, is that you'll just see me, like, I'll be like, oh, I don't have a good idea on this, and I'll just stop working on something and just go right to something else. It happens all the time. You check back in the streams. That is my go-to solution for something. Like, if I don't have a quick solution, like if it's something quick, I'll just fix it. But if I get stuck on it, I'll mess with it a little. There is kind of a cap on how long I'm willing to be stuck on something before I go, I'll come back. I remember once at the end of a stream, I think I spent 20 minutes, no, I think it was like half an hour on a problem. I was like, I was too tired. I had no idea. I came back and solved it in like the first 4 or 5 minutes of the stream. I was like, well, now that I've actually had some rest. That's like probably the most egregious thing. After about half an hour, I usually just move on. Back in my RPG Maker days, I did not do that. And that's also why I learned to do that. Of course, I was making a lot more plugins for that. This, I don't make plugins per se. I actually don't know how to make plugins for this. I'd have to look into it if I wanted to. Weird, this Not Forgotten. Speaking of this, I don't think it's Not Forgotten anymore. I have a better plan. I was about to making a thing where all of the enemies would, actually all the NPCs would keep track of like just an internal counter for the last time, since the last time they received an instruction. If it goes too long, then they would, you know, call to the puppet master and be like, hey, what's up? Am I still in the array? But then I realized the overhead on that is so much higher than just having the puppet master occasionally check to see every single thing that has the don't forget tag on it and checking and seeing if it's in the array. Then I just have one thing periodically checking, which is just better. I don't think I've tested the game fully through since the Puppet Master came into existence. That's true. The Puppet Masters are very cool in my game because what it does is it controls the AI of every single enemy in the game. And a lot of the interactable that move around. And it also spawns things in around you. It's the encounter system as well. Let's see, part of my thing right now is a lot of stuff all before. Architecture was game manager, inventory manager, add item instead of using listeners. Right now it's event manager, broadcast, add time. As I know, but a lot of doing work I've already done. Yeah. Well, I mean, just do it in shifts, man. I mean, like, you know, don't do a little bit of that work that you've already done, then go do something you haven't done. No one says you got to do it all at once. I wouldn't want to remake the skeleton at once. I'd probably remake a portion of it and then build a couple rooms and then remake more and just, you know, keep mixing it up. Oh, Tweety says, I'm glad your stream popped up my feed while I was looking for a video to fall asleep to. Nice. I mean, you know, listen, I'm here to help. Can I sleep because I work tomorrow morning? I'll try to tune the next one. Oh, I appreciate it, Twizzy. Hopefully you can sleep well. There's definitely a running meme that, especially the people on YouTube, the sleepers end up at me. If you ever fall asleep watching YouTube, you end up in my stream. It's an SCP thing. Yeah, catch you later, Twizzy. Awesome one says, so after weekend, gonna work on something new. Weekend equals refocus. Yeah. I mean, never be afraid to take a break, you know, unless you're literally just on a timeline that says, I gotta have this finished by like tomorrow. Okay, well, you should probably, like, maybe you take a 15-minute break and then you finish it by tomorrow. Don't take like a month-long break, you know, to finish something. I would mix up what I did and just kind of take a break by doing something else versus that. But something else you had to get done. But yeah, I mean, like, I took a couple days off. I think I took an extra day off this week. I'm mostly excited to get other work done. So it's like, well, I should probably do this. So I think a lot of also why I don't have a lot of problems of, you know, just ever burning out in general is I just really love doing this stuff. It's just my idea of fun. Also, seeing the game progress farther and farther is just so great. Like, just like every time I come back, I see how much farther it's gotten. I also will keep old versions of the game, not for very long, but sometimes I'll come across one that's like a month on. I'll see what has happened in just the last month, and I'm like, it's crazy. Most of this entire second chapter didn't even exist a month ago. Oh, it's the don't forget array. Starting with this here. See if I can find it in there. This can just be a macro, I think, at this point, because I'm going to want to do exactly the same thing. And add it back to there. Why is there a for each loop at the end of that? There's no need for that. It doesn't go anywhere. Oh, I think I was going to do something weird there and I didn't do it. Yeah, let's turn this to a macro. Could also be a function, I guess, too. Let's all this puppets add. Gotta be careful they don't trample all over each other, because that's a thing that can happen. They create timing issues. Ain't nobody like timing issues. Timing issues are really easy to spot, though, because a timing issue is random. Like, if something makes 0 sense, it's because variables are trampling all over each other, or things are basically firing and can fire in different times that aren't always the same order that they're, firing, because, everything's handled with multi-thread. But whenever something's random, it's a timing issue. You're just like, okay, well, this is resolving in a way that it shouldn't. Oh, yeah, I probably should fix that. Maybe. So we do this here. Yeah, I know it doesn't. You want me to remove those? That's fair. That one's on me. Let's see. Add puppet to arrays. It is called the Puppet Master, so I keep things on theme. That's it. I just like to keep things on theme. It's fun. It's over here. It'll just be this, and that's it false if it doesn't find it. And then afterwards, I just want to delay it. This doesn't have to run very often. It's just a cleaner. Like, maybe I'll have it go every 10 seconds or something, and it'll run through and just get all the don't forget, and then just run not forgotten. I was definitely thinking of like Forgotten Anne or something like that, if anyone's ever played it. Or I'm not thinking of the Forgotten. That was such a cool game. I played it on my phone because it's part of like the Google Play thing, and I was like, oh, I have Google Play for free for a month. Let me try this. And what a fantastic little game. I didn't realize Square Enix made it. It was just some weird game out of nowhere. About a world of all the forgotten things, such as left socks, or, that teddy bear you lost when you were a kid, or maybe just phones. They didn't have phones in that. They kind of went for a much earlier time period, but you get the idea. It was a very cool world.
I was very excited by it. I'm gonna say it. I was excited. I can compile this. Here. The last thing I need is an epic gameplay to just add it to the mix.
I don't even know what hide and seek does.
Oh no, I know what it does. I remember now. Hide and seek is a setup so that it enemies know when they need to hide or not. Kind of a global timer, really. I can make it more complicated, but increasingly this game is literally centered around two different tentpoles. Poppet, who's probably most of the game, and then the Puppet Master, which controls most of the rest of the game. I mean, it mostly controls the enemies it encounters. It doesn't control, like, the doors or anything. Though it might control story eventually. I don't see why it wouldn't. I probably should have called it the Storyteller or something like that. I remember in RPG Maker, I actually made a plugin that I referred to as the Dungeon Master, and it's basically ran the whole game. A smart plugin that was able to do all the exact same things here. Control all the minions. Do all the encounter systems. This is actually the same encounter system I was using in RPG Maker. I just, you know, did it for 3 dimensions as opposed to 2. Yeah, that one also told story and everything like that too. It was much better about it than this one is. Alright, let's do the same test because it seems to happen a lot in this particular map because it's so big. The bigger the map, the more likely the bug happens. The enemies that are forgotten. Not forgotten. Now, speaking of Forgotten Ant, I think that a part of the way I've written the story, this is partially influenced by how they ran their story. Partially. Not like a large amount, but there's some concepts behind how they did their story that I like. Oh, what's wrong with you, little moon clone? You've been so happy for so long. I haven't... Oh god, there's another one of them, huh? Ah, I thought I got rid of all these. Sure. These have been spawning in all this time. And never once has Unreal Engine said anything. It's been like 3 or 4 weeks of me doing this, and the moon clones have been fine until today. Yes. Why? Eh. Do you use this? Am I adding this for no reason? The shrink plant a thing you have here? I mean, it was probably copied off the Empress thingy because I was just being lazy. That's why it's called grow plant and things like that. But these don't grow. What is this? But the Poppet clone is actually what summoned. Moon clone isn't anything. Are you even used? No. Well, thanks for pointing out this bizarre thing that isn't used. That's cool, I guess. A little bizarre, but you can just go ahead and go away, little buddy. I don't need you. Where's that undo history? Clear the undo history just so it is happier when I force delete this. If I even have to. I don't know where the memory reference is, but I don't care. It's not being used. Moon objects are, but moon clones, these are the clones are here. Okay. We happy now, buddy? Al Friendo? It's weird because periodically it'll find these ones there that aren't used. It's like it doesn't check everything to see if it compiles, it just checks some things. Hey, Stars Dragon. I'm sure we're gonna build of Sonic 2 that's complete hidden palace zone. I didn't know it didn't have that already. I mean, they've remade it so many times, right? Haven't they? Surprised they haven't done it already. I want to reference this not forgotten. This way I have an idea. We'll do green for not forgotten. I would do black because it's so fitting, but I might not be able to see it, so. I could just do white. It's a message of hope. Of them not being forgotten. Anyone know Limbo we have it? Is it finished? No. Okay, well. Hopefully you get it. I didn't know that was a thing, but there's much I do not know in this world. Yes. I really don't know why they wouldn't have done it unless there was something wrong with it that prevented it to, like, why they would cut it. Like, was it just crap or something? Like, why did they cut it, and how do you even know they cut it? Like, did they put out some sort of thing saying, blah, blah, we cut this, but, you know, sucks to be you. Is that like a thing? Like, I have so many questions on how this comes about being. Out of prototypes to Sonic 2? Like, what, prototypes made by Sega, or prototypes made by people? Like, I thought they just released Sonic 2 and that was it, and that was just the game. Like, see if we can duplicate the bug. Might need to be a check that if the number ever goes above, it destroys the extras, but I don't know if that's really that necessary. It's probably not. Pew, pew, pew. They sent out a lot of prototypes, like Nick Arcade. This time of why a lot. I see. Well, I mean, how do you know the game wasn't completed by just what they put out? Like, I mean, lots of things end up on the cutting room floor because they aren't very good. And just as I cut a lot of things from this game, I'll release this game, and what comes out is the actual game, not like, there won't be a complete version of something. The complete version is what I released. So, how do you, that's why I wanted to, like, they say there was a prototype or something. I'm getting shot by fireballs here if I sit there. I guess we're dueling Little Skull. Hats don't move, but that's because they're a skeletal mesh. I need to fix that. I don't check for skeletal meshes. I kind of wish the hat wasn't a skeletal mesh. I guess I could turn it to a static. That's true. Just interested in history? I see. Lagga, 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 lagga. But that's okay, this area is super laggy since it's horribly unfinished. And has zero, well, not zero, it's very little optimization. Do I see anything that's just stuck in the middle of nowhere? I need a replacement for those trees. This area is so ugly without it. I don't see anything that's broken. That's cool. Usually stuff on this island ends up broken. I find enemies that are orphaned. But that array says 25. That's a lot. That's way more than there should be. There should be more than 6. The encounter right now has 8. Now it has 10. But it looks like Not Forgotten is actually adding it over and over when it shouldn't be. I thought my system was good. I think it'll clean once you go through a door, so that's at least that. I'm gonna test that out. I have this key. Weep. Yep. And the rays clean themselves out. There are no enemies left. Well, the system fixes itself, so at least it's a self-healing system. The collision on these kind of sucks. A little. Nothing down here. We're still golden. I'm spawned in, but that's fine. Why aren't you turning? Why is this like where enemies go to die? I'll keep an eye on that one, because that one looks like he might be orphaned somehow. Like they might have a break in them. So anyway, if you're interested in the history of things, like what is the history of this Sonic 2, like, you know, prototype situation? Important questions. I try to solve the mystery of the orphaned enemies. I gotta get far enough away for this to work. That's blue. Remove all the enemies. We're at zeros. There it is, another orphaned enemy. Not Forgotten should pick it back up. In theory. But if that's true, it should actually move, and yet... I think it's a break in its behavior. But even then... it should still get deleted. Not Forgotten is literally just re-adding everything, it seems like. Basically, Not Forgotten is not doing what it's supposed to at all. The array should have 1 and 1. I should have 0. 1 and 1 there. Yep, still not moving. This one did it. So yeah, I think it might just be this type of enemy that can break. It's annoying when the enemy takes a long time to get rid of it, or like it takes a long time to not get rid of it, but to trigger the bug. Then I gotta run around like an idiot for a while. I don't see how you can break. No matter which one of these happens, it's still reset can't act. I could impose a system that forces a reset can act as well. Well, it's BPMVC that does that. Just adds the status can act back to them. Not a big thing. There's usually this one that breaks.
Forgotten does not do what it's supposed to. Oh, that's because I'm stupid. I'm gonna take a quick bio break for this test. I shall be right back. I'll look at the sky while I'm doing that. All right, their turn. So, I was about to test the Puppet Master. Realizing I said that backwards, which might actually solve my problem. I was gonna say my logic seems sound behind such a system, but at least that's a theory. I mean, if the enemies just are completely forgotten, this should fix that. You would think. Sure. Not forgotten. They're all in here. I don't really see them all, though. Still seems like it's forgetting. Oh, yeah, the old turtle. The Legend of the Turtle. I want to make a system so that it can actually, Where did you go? Weird. Oh, it's just, this is our junk room. I cleaned it out, or some of it anyway, so it's mostly just a lot of crap, honestly. Maybe someday I'll actually successfully clean it all up, but the problem is it's not my junk. It's my roommate's junk. So I can't just go throw it all away, or it would be in the trash can right now. Yes. But eventually, I mean, like when I first moved into this place, like he inherited it, and this room was so full of crap that it was like chest high, and there was a tiny little path through it. And I've been slowly convincing him to clean it ever since I got here. And eventually it became my office because, well, he never wants to leave his room. Have the same problem? Fair enough. Yeah, it's people like stuff. I mean, I hate stuff. I'm just, if left unchecked, like, you know, my house would be nearly empty with like a computer chair, a bed, and some method of cooking. And that's basically all I need. I eat my meals at the computer. So it's like, okay, cool. I might have some exercise equipment, probably. Could make use of that. But beyond that, I don't like any stuff. If I don't have a use for it, I just don't like it. I've moved a lot in my life, so what I found was every time I'd move, I'd have things that would sit for like, you know, in a cardboard box for like, you know, the whole time until the next move, and it's like, well, what did I really need that? I mean, I spent all this time moving it, and it's still in the box that I moved it in last time. And over time, as that happened, I really started hating stuff. You move enough times in life and you really start to hate things. It's just like, I don't want this. I don't want to move it again. I buy only light furniture now, if I have furniture at all. I fell in the pool now. Oh, what am I gonna do? Boing. You can skip across the water because of the way I was swimming in. You know, I mean, SK one for this 3D stuff. What is the SKL? What does that mean?
Oh, no. I have no background in anything. The most background I have in towards any sort of thing is back before I got into my online selling business. I used to make websites and I would do advertising graphics and things like that. So I have 2D skill. That's true. I didn't go to school for it. I just started making all my own websites and making money off that. And I was like, okay, well, I just developed these skills. But I don't have any classical training of any sort. Just a dream and too much time on my hands. Oh, wait. See if I can break into these enemies here. Break, damn you, break. Wee, woohoo, yay. Is that a wild Pez? Who has just snuck up on here? Is that what happened? Might be. Yep. Hey, Kez. How's it going? You had an earthquake last night? Was it like a major one? Is everyone okay? Or was it just like a minor one where you're like, well, we technically had an earthquake. But did we? Oh, A3 over on, I stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick at the same time, all under the same name. So you can find me on all of them. And over there, there's the option to, play these things called blurps. I don't actually know how to set it up for YouTube yet. I probably should. I'm notoriously bad about ever bothering to set things up. Only 2.5 rookie numbers. I live in California. Let me tell you about what earthquakes are. We had like a 6, earthquake last night. Really? I slept through it. Yeah, I know, I did too. That actually happened over in like one city away. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, they're a lot like crazier when you never have them. To be fair, we don't have them that often where I'm at. It's pretty unusual. It's much worse the closer you get to like, Central and Southern Cali. Sure, all your links to the other ones. Stream on. Stream on. Stream on. That one. And stream on this one as well. This one as well. Tell what's happening. Scared the cat. I'm stroking Willie in bed at 10. When people are stroking their willy, in bed, I'm just saying. You may continue the story. The connotations are, I know it doesn't apply to you. It's just a funny way to put it. I may have to just resolve to watch this bug and make certain, wait for the next time it happens because it's so infrequent that I can't seem to get it to replicate. But I mean, it took a while for it to trigger last time, but I went through the room once. I went in the outdoor and out once, and it worked. It caused the bug. Should clean the enemies there. Yeah, not forgotten puts them in. One of them spawned in. Where you at? It's on permanent wait mode. Going to get the monitor today. Going to wait a bit before I go through. Did I pass the school and see baby was driving mother? Oh yeah, yeah. Gotta watch you drive by schools. It's it always sucks when they're like, you know, loading up or going home. Yeah. I just know better. It's like, I ain't going that way. Just not happening. I'll go around. When I get there, I have to pull onto road A. Pull onto a road which is bad normally, let alone with work traffic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, stop your kid for breakfast. Chill for a bit. Well, I appreciate that you decided to hang out and chill with me while you have your coffee and cake. Always fun to have people to chat with. Also explosive enemy. I haven't seen the bug happen again. So Not Forgotten is making the arrays too big, which makes no sense to me. But it cleans out whenever you change the room, so it doesn't matter. But it does matter because it stops spawning. But what is it finding? Bloody good cake? Nice, nice. I mean, cake does not sound bad. I like never have sweets. It's so rare. I think the only sweet I've had this whole time since the grocery store last was I got a big old container of orange juice, which is technically loaded with sugar. Natural sugar, but it tastes sweet. I was like, it sounded good. What's wrong with this Not Forgotten, huh? Wish I had time to cook food. I don't like cooking that much, but I do like eating good food. If I didn't do game dev, I'd probably be a lot healthier. I'd have time to exercise and eat good food. Almost certainly the problem. Getting myself another 4 each on this one. I want to see what this has in it. It's supposed to be, if it finds it. Yeah, if it doesn't find it, so here it would be -1 if it doesn't find it. It's then supposed to add it to the arrays, but oops. Here. All right. Maybe that'll give me enough information to figure out what's causing this bug. Whether the not forgotten system is not working as intended. Problem is, it wasn't looping, so the not forgotten was never triggering again. So I had to break the test. Because I just had it run this all one time and then it never runs it again. Whereas now it does it on completion. So, you know, it was a good idea if I programmed it right. I guess that's true of a lot of things, though. It's a really good idea if I program it the right way. And like a real bad idea. So what even happened at the start of this? Let's bring up the little that thing here and keep some screenshots of what's going on. I find it a lot easier to solve the logical problems like this. There's another method where it shows you which node is currently active, but that just doesn't really work for me. I need to see all the things that are going on. I find the print string method is like the best method every time. There's very few points where I think it's a bad decision. Back to the test. Okay. We saved 4 that time. It's not duplicating it like it did last time. Oh. Oh. It's adding the duct vent. Ah. That explains where the numbers are coming from. It was working. It's just there was something that was not designed to be removed by it. Because they have permanence. That might be why one of the ones actually did vanish, though, somehow. Don't ask how it managed to vanish under permanence, but... okay, so we're going to call this... gameplay tags. I don't want to get it twice. I need to get it here. And the tag is permanence, I believe. Right. Right, I'm correct on that assessment. I forgot all about these being up here, but they are destroyable. So in theory... Oh, I could have just looked down there for their tags. Yeah, permanent. So it should actually be this, and then... Oh, wait, there's no point in doing that, because I'd have to get the gameplay tags again here. That's why it's in there. Promoting it to a variable did nothing. Whatever. Might be useful in a second anyway. Doesn't hurt to have it.
That's almost certainly going to fix the problem. Yep. Pipe grades. Yep. So then the pipe grapes were getting added to the array, and then it was too full, and the encounter system's like, well, there's already too many enemies about, so I don't need to spawn anymore. I don't know where you went, but I also fell in the water like an idiot. Good job. Time to Spider-Man this stuff. Wee. Yeah, doesn't work too well on that. Wee. Not very effective against that, I think. A little better there. Underwater, it's a little awkward. That crate didn't vanish. I wonder if the other one vanished. Maybe it just fell in the water or something. Let's go jump in the water and see if it's in the water. Skipping across the water. Because that's what the Emperor lets you do. It would have fallen somewhere down here if it existed at all. Boing, wee. Alright, we found 9 things, but didn't add anything. Perfect. Again, had all those things, didn't add crap. Perfect. Something was missing, it then added it. It added a pipe grate? I love the backup system where you're like, what this? They are not equalized, though. Why are you not equalized? It's adding a duct vent. I shouldn't be doing that. Remove enemy should have equalized it. It is not. They're back to being equal again, so that's good. Why are you adding a duct vent? The duct vent should have it. Once again, that duct vent says true, and it should not say true. Why? How can one duct vent not have permanence, but the other ones do? It's the same blueprint. Now it says 7, which should not be a possibility. It's adding a pipe grate. The pipe grates...
I see. Actually, so the destroyable parent should just have this, right? Don't you know I have the other? Should just be get gameplay tags? It does. Looks like I just had a hit on there because the destroyable parent should have it. Oh, it doesn't have an override, and this. Oh. Yeah, because this creates an override. I think it was just overriding. It looks like it added a pipe grade anyway. Didn't there though. I think it's destroying one of the pipe grades over and over. I think that one there for some reason. Just to double check, that pipe grade is actually there, right? I'm not just, yeah, it's just destroying it. Oops. Yeah, immediately adds that grate to it and then destroys it. Oh, it's just having problems with nodes, blind meshes again. Always does. Let's not run this immediately. Let's give it like 10 seconds to run the Not Forgotten after that. It's acting like I can make this not loop, but I could just have the main line occasionally run it and clean things instead of spawning something, which might actually be better. Yeah, it keeps adding that grate. How? It doesn't add any other grate, just the one. It's always this one particular grate thing. It's right there though still now, so... We hard to control this one. It's definitely not game ready. It's pretty funny though. You should be flying, and yet for some reason it doesn't sort of run. Got distracted. Remember I had a resin print on last night and it failed? Well, no. No good. I just imagine some sort of weird little, like, half melted, you know, like person like that or something like that. And they literally just like, you find them in like a war zone. There's just like a little piece of them left over. And like, you know, written in resin, like red resin on the ground just says, "Don't forget me," or something like that. Like a nuke went off or something. You're like, or functioning for yourself? Well, I mean, that's fair too. Not as exciting of a story, but I guess it works. That's fine. Wait, did you shoot me? Sometimes you spawn in and do nothing. But in theory, Not Forgotten should find that thing. But it's not. It's actually not on the list. It's just a phantom. It's finding the grates, all those things like that. The winged lion. Every NPC should have this as a tag. You okay to use? I think it's just missing the end pieces. Fair enough. Fair enough indeed. Yes, yes indeed. Did the NPCs not have "Don't Forget" on them? I could have sworn I added it. But maybe I forgot. They do, but do they not inherit the tags of, like, for their children? It doesn't look like they do. I have to go through and add it to each one. Oh. That sucks. Maybe not. I think there'll be an exposed sharp blade. I see. As long as you can salvage it, right? I don't even know what I do with a 3D printer. I make little figurines of all my characters. I don't know, you just said maybe not. I think they'll be exposed to sharp blade. I didn't say we're selling it. Wait, what? I hope we can fix it. You know, I hope it works out, whatever. You know. I guess you just have to have it individually. I don't want individually add. Maybe it's bad that if not reprint failed because it ran out of resin. Topped it off once too. Oh, what are you making? Oh my god, it must be huge. Huge mungus. Wait. Did they just not inherit their parents' tags? Seems weird. This is... Well, I think I added "Don't Forget" onto this one particular. No, I didn't. It's on the parent. Missing keys. I know I didn't add "Who Destroyable Pot," so what are the tags on you? Oh. Does not have.
That is awful.
You're making a shiv? Wow. I see. Well, anyway. That's something you could make? Is this like prison resin printing or something like that? Just make a shiv? Or does that have a different meaning over there? Let's find a way that I don't have to do this for every single thing, so I don't want to do it for all of them. I don't want to type that on every one of them. But I guess I just put it on and call it square. Just it'd be a lot easier than trying to find some ridiculous workaround, because then I'll just copy paste them over and over anyway, and eventually they'll all gain it, so it doesn't really matter. Be almost like a virus in a way, and that, you know, once one of them gets it, they all kind of collect it. Got my hand slightly off the keys, kind of annoying. Oh, I keep hitting the H on that. I already put it on there. I didn't put the rest of this stuff, but whatever. I'll test the system first with these. Man, I'm just mishitting that every time. And go from there. I don't know if the enemy tag matters, but I'll add it to this one since it's missing it. I don't know, I'm mishitting that every time. My hands aren't on that key in the first place. I'm moving my hands, I'm just dropping them slightly off where they should be. We'll successfully do it though. And not miss you, top. And the destroyables need it too, otherwise they won't keep picking up. How did you get the tag then? Didn't put it on all of you, did I? There's no way I put it on a destroyable cupcake, so if you inherited it, how do you inherit the tag but the others don't? Because I never added it to these, and yet the other ones have inherited all of it. Did I never compile it or something? Is that the problem? I'll look at this pipe can. It wouldn't have the thing anyway. That's weird that it's not picking this up, but I picked up on the other ones. Whatever, I want to test this. If it works, I'll add it to the others, and then I'm always duplicating them anyway, so it'll make a big difference. Yeah, again, it's still adding those pipe rates, and it shouldn't be able to do that. Lair doesn't even do it. It keeps adding one of the pipe rates and none of the others. Ow. Unless that one's like a level instance or something and the other ones aren't? I mean, it's adding stuff from pretty far away. Maybe that's it. Storable duct vent got added. They should equalize. They have not equalized. Equalize now, but again, it keeps adding a vent. It must be a different event entirely. Yeah. The trouble is often that, you know, if it's not going to break, how long do I go before I decide it isn't going to break? Sometimes I run around a bit longer than I probably have to, but it's hard to know, so. There's not even a duct vent in this room, but they are on the level. Makes it seem like there's a whole lot of winged lions on there, but there shouldn't be. In theory, that should be a pretty small amount of things, but to be fair, no, it looks like it's actually accurate. I was checking for grates and things, so, you know. I so didn't sleep very well last night. I had to get up to like 5 hours because it took too long streaming. It was so stupid. I did manage to get like an hour of sleep before the stream, so that's like 6. But, yeah. People are like, well, what do you mean exactly at 2? Those people keeping track, neither person showed up at 2. One guy showed up, I think, like 2:30, and the other one showed up at 3 o'clock. Just saying. I wasn't very amused. I was like, ugh, really? I haven't seen the enemies get stuck, so... For whatever reason, it's always down here that the enemy ends up just dead. Or it just moves around, but it doesn't really move. The Legend of the Dead Island here. Island where things are just mysteriously dead. They work everywhere else, but as soon as they can spawn that island, it's over. I don't actually know what stats Poppet would have by the end of the first area. Probably have to see about what it would be so I can guess how much damage things should do. I upgraded everything's damage, but not Poppet's health, so you just die really fast. At least that went away. 3 things spawn down here. 4 things spawn down here.
None of them are in the array.
It looks like it added them. They don't move. Now it moves. Yeah, they're all just dead. Can I at least hit them? Sure. That one dissipate when it fell in the water at least? I guess so. No, it's hovering over there. Not even falling.
So they're in there. Oop.
The purple's in the puppet array. How are you not finding them? And don't forget array is the blue one. This is weird. I don't see how they can be forgotten. And why do they always end up down here of all places? It's nowhere else. It's always down here that they're forgotten. They just kind of die off here. And it's like everyone that spawns, that one's just floating. It's like they just don't activate. But only here. Everywhere else it doesn't seem to matter. Right here they fail. And it should add all those to the thing. The skeletons like that should all be added. Instead true. So the next round through should say all of them. It doesn't though. It's not actually adding them. Once again, it should add them. It says true on all of them. But they didn't really get added. Should add all 4 of them. On the next loop through, it should change things? Did some of them vanish, or are they just floating? I'm a lot more fine with it if it gets rid of them at a distance. It should, in theory, make them go away. It's so weird that they don't work in that spot. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Like, it makes sense otherwise if they broke everywhere, but they only break here. And those two have stayed broken. But they are at least hittable now. Except that one's underwater now. So I don't know if it's actually hittable, so much just end up underwater. Oh, never mind, they didn't break at all. Look, they're just under here. Because the H-load caused them to fall. They're also not taking damage, they're just getting hit. How does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I can only assume it's not adding, but the thing is this is the exact same stuff done over here to initially add in the Poppet info. Pick a different color. I hate that it just picks mostly fruity, crappy colors on random. It's weird. Yeah, I guess I can't use the same one. Yeah, it picks like base colors. The random's terrible. Maybe I don't like the random so much. I mean, it should immediately add to the puppet array. But it's not. What a mess. And why down there? That's what's tripping me up the most. Why here? What screws with things so bad on this island that they break? Only here. Nowhere else. Just here. I get that the nav mesh is kind of garbage, but some of those enemies don't actually move. The nav mesh is just so they know where to spawn at. But they don't move, they just rotate. Which doesn't actually care about the nav mesh at all. Only the move to command would even care about that. Everything that spawns here seems to break. Everything breaks. It's gonna stand here if it immediately causes the bug or not. That one works. The missed bodies haven't broken yet for the most part. It's the other ones that break. No, that works too. Well, yeah, it works. No, it can suddenly fly? There you go, it's a broken one. The true Mr. Skullhead, and it should add it in. I wasn't even watching that, but... Huh. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. Well, in every world it adds the puppet array. Like, they should immediately call upon this thing and add themselves to the array thingy. I need to narrow this down. Too much going on for me to just have them everywhere. It quickly becomes a guessing game of what's going on. Actually, I could just put it on the other side here. I kind of need both these to compare against, though, is the problem. The puppet array isn't seeing the addition of these other things here. It's weird. I've only ever gotten the bug to happen in this particular room. All the bugs, I've never seen it happen in the other rooms. In either chapter. Or in the third chapter. I might have seen it. I might have seen the third chapter in the really big room. Is it like an H-load thing? Maybe it's an H-load thing. No, that can't be the case because I was sitting on the island and one spawn next to me broken. If it'd been an H-load problem, which they shouldn't be H-loading anyway because they're not on the map. They're not included in the H-load. They're literally just spawned in. So it's like, I don't quite understand what would be the problem. I thought the system would work. It's possible they might have to have timers, but that method's so inefficient. That one broke right there. Okay, well, it unbroke. It's not attacking. But it moved for a second there, if you notice. And now it's back to moving again. It just doesn't know where to go. That one's back to firing at me, so it worked. It refixed itself.
The skull contraption spawned in there. And if you'll notice, instead of adding itself to the thing, it never did. It just failed outright to add. The winged lion worked, so it's in there. It'd be in the purple if that was the case. What about the next one? Did it put it back in? No. Yeah, those don't match. As you can see, it found it, the skull contraptions here, but it doesn't add it. Why? I'm just gonna close half this crap. As the actor tag, don't forget. What's finding that? That's not the question. It's really not, because if that was the case, it wouldn't have shown up in blue. So this means it's being found, right? Yeah, it's not in the puppet area, which is in purple, violet, I guess. But in blue, it should say it. What's the result? This kind of backwards thing? Okay, I found it. Why don't you always print? Oh, no, mine doesn't print for permanent. Okay. Doo-doo-doo-doo. This is heavy, but I don't want to list the ones that have permanent in them. Actually, that's not the right one. No, it's dumb. Why am I doing that? That's stupid. That's not what I want. Wrong one. Wait.
Wait a minute. These could trample on each other. These could easily trample on each other and mess with some things. Because they spawn in and add there, and then the other one could potentially have the variables shifted. And this note, please. This was a bad life decision to copy that. And turn it into a thing there. Macros are trash. I'm gonna say it. Macros are trash. There are very few reasons you want to use one. Because it's very easy for them to trample over each other. Since they use the same variable, because obviously it's a macro, it's the same. So potentially they could just really ruin each other pretty easy. Probably don't forget Puppet. I made a mistake on that. Basically, macros exist to create timing errors, is what I've learned. Yes. I even still need this other bit of information that I didn't bother to get yet, which was the name of the thing. Hmm. Jump down to Forgotten Island. Or Isle of the Forgotten. You were moving for a second there. And then you forgot. Why did you forget? It's right here, and then it's not in the thing. So it lost itself from there somehow. Just like here, it added, but then never. Oh no, no. Well, some of them are in, not all of them though. There should be 5 of them in, and they're not in. It's finding them as not being there. You got -1. I need to heal up again so I can watch this. Yeah, it's not adding them. Because I keep saying -1 on them over and over and over. And down here it doesn't have, and there's like 5 of them out there for this thing here. So the system to add is wrong. We're getting somewhere. Normally people would be like, well, why haven't you moved on? Well, I'm actually kind of having fun messing with it, to be honest. That's really why. Like, if I was miserable about it, I'd be like, I'll work on something else. But I'm actually kind of having fun tweaking with it because I've been doing level design so much lately that I actually kind of want to look at code. Give my brain a rest from level design. Save the level design point where I'm like, which actually, to be fair, is most of the time. 100% honest. It's most of the time. I'll put my picture there. It says the name, but then it doesn't say. Unless because I'm stupid. Right here, I just sort of put a set thingy. You didn't actually put the thing, so we're just setting it to nothing. Which, to be 100% fair, was because I copy pasted it. Out of a macro. I'll have to add the don't forget to all the remaining enemies, but that's okay. I have fireballs too. I'm gonna make a sign so I can have Isle of the Forgotten down here. I'm just saying. What's happening with these here specifically? You didn't find soil contraption too. That looks accurate. And then
Did it work that time? It's still never adding it. I think the skull head is broken. Why is it not adding? Well, it's already past this point, if that's the case. So the problem is now beyond here. Since it's not sharing a macro, I can just do this and save time. The problem is here. It's not adding here. Despite something that should be literally re-adding them. I think I can forsake the numbers. Well, if I see that number, then it'll mean that it's changed something. There's something weird going on here. Probably something dumb I'm missing, but there's a lot of systems interacting with each other, which is usually the problem. Too many systems, you know? Wait, never mind. This is control puppets where it has all these additional numbers I don't need. This only mattered when I was trying to get them to equalize. They don't seem to have a problem with that particularly anymore. That's not the issue. The issue is most certainly broken enemies. Other than that, it works great. So, I mean, that's like the last remaining issue with the system. Maybe that'll help me figure out a little more what's going on. I expected to mess with this a couple hours from the original problem I had, but it fixed that problem really quickly. Like 10 minutes or something, that problem was fixed. To be fair though, this is a new system I added to try to fix the problem. I actually don't care if they spawn those. I'm gonna remove that. It's not about whether they attack, I don't care. It's about whether or not the system finds them again. I'll see if they're attacking or not. That doesn't take a Rhodes Scholar.
It's not any particular thing on them that breaks, because if that were the case, it would always break, because they only have two things, which is rotate towards the target and fire. Not the most complex of enemies. In all fairness, it's a turret, so I mean, when you're a turret, you really only have rotate and fire as your options. Like, ain't nobody pretending otherwise. Alright, so Not Forgotten says there's those there. But false. So let's look and see what's really happening here with Not Forgotten here. Found Scolipede, these things. So found those, they match. I gotta see if it keeps adding them now. I gotta watch for a bit. Oh, contraption, sure. Anyone Not Forgotten now? Okay. Did Not Forgotten break? I think it did. No? From my understanding, it should have added the skull contraptions and just those. They found everything else, and that's fair. I see two missed bodies and 4 winged lions in there. So that's accurate. The skull contraptions, however, not there. So let's let it loop one more time. See what it does. Again, it doesn't find them, but it fails to add them. Which is the issue here. So far, of course. I should have made those different colors. That color. Upon true, it should literally always act. It's only set in one location, so it has to break there. The assumption is all this worked, because if it didn't work, it would never have gotten beyond this point. We know that's true. We got all the way to true on the thing. I didn't have this the right color, so I don't know if it actually is the right size. I probably also did need to have this information on this particular one for the length of that. I don't, because I literally can just see it. Oh. No, the puppet array is purple. I'm just studying this here. So the puppet array is purple. Even if this RFGs it, it should re-add it anyway. Because this does RFG things if you switch rooms. But that's it though. It doesn't RFG it any other time. That's not the issue. It has nothing to do with this. We can eliminate that as a cause because this triggers only when I leave the room, and that this bug triggers without me leaving the room. So clearly unacceptable. And I'm not even looking at the account erase. I don't even care about that. It's literally not working here. I am printing out the puppet array, right? Yeah. And the puppet array gets... Maybe this validate thingy is screwing with it. Wait a minute. Is this a similar system in a way? Because this new system might be much better at doing what this one was supposedly doing. I guess I forgot about this system. It's already validating those arrays anyway. At least in theory. Pew pew, pew pew. Oh wait, never mind. Forgotten Island it is. They fire once and then are forgotten. It says it added Skull Contraption 1. Does Skull Contraption 1 now appear in the thing? Skull Contraption 0, sure, that's fair. Because in one of it might be 1, the next one might be 0. Sure. Now show me what it looks like. Oops. I need a full loop. Supposedly the puppet array has it. The puppet array says it's 8 long. Because it says it's adding them. Obviously, it's failing horribly. Yeah, that isn't right. there's 2 copies of this array or something, because I'm getting the length of it over here. Huh. Fascinating. But up here, it's actually going through and showing everything in the puppet array. And saying there's only like 5. That's what I want. Yeah, okay, if it's dead, I want it to be removed. That's fair. Yeah, it's on if the enemy's destroyed. But if that triggers, it should be destroyed, so it shouldn't be a thing. We're not using the validate and counter thingies. I mean, all of this is working so far. The only thing that is not working is somehow it's failing to add to that array. We're doing add unique or something like that. Doesn't matter. Not usually a big difference, but sure. I'm wondering if somehow that node's just messed up. Every once in a while, UE just does weird crap. But here's what doesn't make any sense. If this is true, why is this coming up with 8 as it's flanked after adding that? And then next time it loops around, it only shows 5. Because it keeps re-adding these same handful of ones. It did it again here too. Once again, it counted right up to 8. And it added none of it. Even though it said it was going to, and then counted the array as 1 higher. Again, this has to be a timing issue. There's just nothing else that makes any conceivable sense. Just setting up a timer so this way I can just trigger it here instead of having it trigger itself. It's possible this thing is messing with the array because it also kind of plays with the array a bit by removing things, so maybe it's screwing it up. Just set that to 0 and then just rope it into the control puppets. Because it's basically finding the puppets again that it's lost, so seems like it makes sense that it's part of this chain. The encounter system doesn't really worry about anything, it just spawns things in. I don't know why I had as part of the encounter system. Seems stupid. This can also fix the timing problem. Probably. I imagine this particular event will probably gobble up a week of time at least over the course of the game. Well, it's not event, but actor. Actually, more than that. I've been spending a lot of time. But it's so much of the game is involved around it. I mean, it's the AI for everything and the encounter system, so that's a pretty good important thing. Might just become a dungeon master at some point. That could happen. Where is everyone? So lonely over here. Guess it broke, huh? Like it broke. Why did the encounter system break? Well, the encounter system isn't actually printing anything, so that's fair. Oh. Did I not add this down here? I thought I did. It's not. Apparently we spawning lions today. I don't know where, but we're spawning them. Where are all these lions at? Why only lions? Why? I mean, it messed with the encounter system at all. I guess they're over here, huh? At least it's spawning them in. Kinda. Looks like it's swing lines a bunch, doesn't it? I got shot by that thing and then it stopped. Why this island? I'm so confused by this island. It's also not even finding them. -1 Scolipede, supposed to add says 2. Adds a skull head in, sure. Why don't you add to the array? That's what's so confusing. It's just not adding to the array. It happens right after, but it's saying the length of the array has changed. But then when read again, it's like, nah, man. No, it's fine. There's no blank spaces when it's reading it. Otherwise, it would have things with like that are void or empty. The weird thing is it happens at exactly that island. It doesn't seem to happen other places. It seems to happen at that island. Alright, we're going to do the most obvious thing. Sometimes Unreal Engine's just weird. Let's restart it. I'll take a bio break while it's restarting or something. And sometimes it just fixes bizarre problems. Why does it do that? I don't know. Sometimes it just fixes bizarre problems. And when looping it back around, you would think that it would come up with the updated array, but it's not.
Hi, I'm not a dove. How's it going? So as I took the bio break there, I realized I know exactly why they're the wrong size, not why it's not being added. They're the wrong size because for some reason there's other things in there that aren't being shown because I'm limiting it to only things that are listed as not permanent. So they shouldn't have been there in the first place. But I've been at that for long enough, I think, for now. My system does not work correctly. I may reevaluate the system in a bit, but I understand when sometimes a system needs a bit of work. So I'll leave it around. But I'm getting rid of all this crap. Let's do an ad. Add unique. Kind of weird anyway. I've tried it with both, but clearly I do what I want. Let's just clean this up. And then come back to it later. As a fresh hit and on it is much better than just pounding your head into a wall. Alright. But in honor of that glorious thing, do I have a built-in sign already? I guess I can put the same signs places. I want to make my own sign. I guess I have little DP signs. I mostly care about the mesh, not the sign thingy. So what is VP sign at? Cabin Lake, man. Which is some decal. So it's lame. Got it. Do I like these? And if I had to put them in the world, that's a good question. I could turn this into a thing. I mean, I could just make my own sign that looks like that without using their crap thing. True.
Pretty simple sign. Let's have this one. I don't know why I didn't just pull it out on the map. But that looks, I think, a bit too stylized, I'd imagine. Maybe. I'm kind of halfway between stylized and not. Like, these rocks are pretty stylized looking. Also, when you enlarge things, they kind of look stylized anyway. Which is something worth noting, is that a lot of stuff looks stylized. So this almost fits my world better than this. But not everything is stylized, so I have to question that too. I show stuff like this, it's not stylized, but it's almost close. There's like a very bizarre look to this game that is almost there, almost there. But I believe I make my own sign. Besides, I can just put them places anyway for funsies. And I think that's exciting in its own right. I have some other ones made. Where are they at? Which is called texture. What are the doors using? Instant plastic red here. Always remember to recycle, reduce, reuse, right? And close the game dev loop. I could hand make all the code on this, or I can optionally just make some changes to make it a little closer to what I want and just be like, yeah, that's good enough. Nice cylinder, bro. No. The pipe I want gone. I have an idea. Oh, this thing could just be moved straight up. These will make sense in a second. Why I kept them. Or not actually want for this direct out, do I? Or maybe we can negative it to reverse how it's drawn. So that right hand can be a left hand and vice versa. What's that pipe? I don't want a pipe. I want a cylinder. Where'd my cylinder go? Vamooshed. There. That was on the base. to delete the face. Fair enough. I do the dumb sometimes. Today was that time. There are many times the dumb is done. Actually, I'm put in the center. Crazy Muse's like, I already did all this crap. What do you think of that? Oh, I forgot. I just need to move the transform of this. I don't care about the other part of this. I can just move this around wherever I want. ILOF, that's right. It's the OF Island. Oh my. What goes on OF Island stays on OF Island. If I make this a 1 and a 1, all ones, what happens then? I think what I'm doing is I'm going to split it up. More like this. Put this here, get rid of that space. Maybe remove that, put oven here instead. Dump this here. And then this last one here, I just increased the size of it too. May it never be forgotten. Now every time an enemy is forgotten here, it will in fact
Deal with them.
You know what I could do? If it can't find them, why don't I just destroy them? Why am I adding them back to an array? Who cares? Just destroy them. Like, if they don't work, like an extra step, right? Sure. Those who are forgotten were valueless anyway. Our world's dystopian like that. Alright. See how much more exciting that is with a Mr. Skullhead on top? I mean, seriously. And he's like chained there too. I might change the black on there, but I might also just change what it says like a little bit, but I could add blood to those signs too. Yes, we live in the Isle of the Forgotten now. No one will ever forget how those who spawn here are forgotten. Forever to roam alone in the toy store. They are still forgotten. But in 10 seconds, they are unforgotten. Because they are dead. What a better system. Who gives a crap about putting them back? Why not just blow them up? I like the Mr. Skullheads. Who knew them giving me a bunch of crappy skeletons would prove so valuable? But those are like my favorite things about the pack, that there's all these skeleton pieces. This doesn't even match her hand, by the way. I probably should do it, but I'm actually going to give her an entire different setup for this particular weapon, so I don't really care. It was just so I could have something to shoot fireballs out of. That was actually just a regular projectile, because it was so hard to hit things, and all I had was temperance. So being the nice guy that I am, I actually do give you the devil early on. I think I solved the forgotten problem. Let's see. Have you been forgotten, little one? Or not. It got rid of him the first time, but not the second time. Guess I could put a bunch string just to say forgotten over and over. Since I did come up with a different thing to try. Oh, that's how they spelled it in that other game. Forgotten Anne. Which would be forever what I think of when I hear the word forgotten. Yeah, I should control puppets again. Into the pool now. That one got forgotten. Those ones not so much. The sinister skullhead cannot be forgotten. Hmm. Hmm. Why is it always you? I wonder if that one's just missing the tag. It might be. It's not. Hmm. I don't know, fan. Whatever. I'll come back to it later. It's better at what it does now. It's still not great. Still got a lot of problems. But the other one would break after like a couple rooms, and this one seems to break after a period of time. Mostly on that one island for some bizarre reason. As long as you stay away from the Isle of the Forgotten, things are fine. I want to put these signs various places. I don't know what to put on half of them though, but I want to put them various places. I have a tips welcome thing. I don't know about that. It's weird. On the other hand, this room's supposed to be like pirate themed, and it's not. It's really not pirate themed at all. It should be, but problem is I still need to be able to grab hold of those things and jump on them. Plus, I've only got so many tables set up. I guess I could make a new set of tables. As long as it has the same top on it, it doesn't matter. I could also set up where I change the material of said tables and chairs too. Of course, they are level instances, so I'd have to make a new level instance and then change that one. I could do. Those stools aren't going to be okay because you can't grab them. I need a square stool. Why can't these people be like, you know, yuppies or whatever and have square stools? What the hell? I don't know. I can spell. I can't spell. That's right. How do I say that? Now I can just say the broken compass. Delete the nav mesh. I should probably export this hat and then turn it into a skeleton, into a static mesh, if possible. Where did I put it? Oh, it didn't export as a static mesh, just imported it as the same thing. Which then broke it. Nice. I need to show the import dialog. I hate when it does this. It puts this tiny little thing here that's hard to see. It'll just be randomly placed on one of the monitors. You're like, oh, I hope you saw it. No? Interesting. I thought it would show the dialogue. All I do is break some stuff like an idiot. Interesting. It should have showed an import dialog. I guess because I put it over the top of it, I think, is what happened. Import to a different directory and see if it fixes it. There we go. That's what I wanted. They basically completely foobarred it. Okay, I can see this and dump them on there. It probably fixes it. Yeah, I think. Okay, that's not right, but it used to be a little skull head, but then it's not anymore. Okay, it's on the other one, sure. Also, while I'm at it, I'm gonna do this one as well, so I don't have to hate my life too hard by replacing it on all of them. Just finding the materials from here from the same thing and just swapping them manually over onto this. Okay. This solves a long-standing problem anyway. The hat's not flying because they are not a static mesh, and I'm not going out of my way to use scalable meshes because then I got to do a whole extra loop just for scalable meshes on contraptions that don't even have it. Alright, heading out to get that monitor 2 hours late because the Aussies wanted to play. Hey, you know, listen, you got to give the Aussies what they want. I'm just saying. Have you seen the kind of dangerous things down there? You got to keep the Aussies in Australia. If they're not happy, they might leave, and the whole world's in danger at that point. I'll probably come riding in on some sort of giant ass, you know, shark thingy or like spider thing or some sort of gator thing or who knows. Big red ruse. They come riding on big red ruse. That's right. They summon the little drop bears on you or something. They don't even have bombs. They literally just drop the bears on you. And you're like terrifying. You got to keep them happy and play with them. I just imagine Australia as a perpetual war zone between all these different factions. Mostly of wildlife. Endless wildlife. Finally, the hat we all deserve. If not the hat we even needed. This fixes the Mr. Skullhead problem too, which was on my list of things to fix, by the way. That is the most painful thing I've seen in ages. Cool. While I'm here, there's a plugin I want to change. Auto size comments, I believe. Oh yeah, navigation has some options. Yeah, it does. I ain't changed any of that crap. But it has options. That's cool. But auto-size comments does not. Maybe it's in the editor for this one. There we go. I'd like to make a list. Oh. Sure. Stop making me hate my life so much with these bizarre colors. Some of them are just abominations that should never be in this world. Also, that green could be not sewage green. Of all the greens to pick, why that one? Seriously, people. Disgusting. I don't like well, I hate this blue more than I hate orange. I don't like orange particularly. At least it's different. I really hate that. Let's do purple. Like, purple's much better looking than pink ever was. I don't like the orange, but at least it's different colors and less fruity colors. There are only so many, you know, colors to really differentiate. I mean, you could get shades different if you want. I wish it would random shades. But apparently it doesn't do that, so I gotta make a list. Do those because it's obnoxious. Otherwise, I don't really care about the rest of that. I was just, every time I have to migrate the project, I have to do that. Otherwise, it just sucks. Yeah, it is the suck. Anyway, I need a nav mesh here. I have a nav mesh here. Oh, I was gonna make a change. Damn. I may have made some changes, but there's other changes I want to make. This checks for spawner. The pirate hat does not check for that. I had a better spawn system already set up, so there's no reason not to just do that. Oh, I think I have to have a tag too. Yeah, it has it. Okay, and then the projectile. Doesn't have its own really special projectile, but it doesn't have to yet. It will soon. This will be more like a stronger enemy. A better version of the turret that actually summons helpers. If left unchecked. Did I not set it in the encounter system? I could have sworn I did. Oh, that's gonna ruin my whole fun. Imagine ruining my whole fun. Oh, it didn't even have a name in here yet. Fix that. Let's just do 3. Yeah. Grab a destroyable. Maybe destroyable vases or something for funsies. Destroyable chance. I don't know, maybe like 15 or something. We'll make it kind of light. And I guess I do regular enemies in here too. This is the land of projectiles. I don't know, it's all the pirate minions. I'm slowly making more pirate minions. Maybe spawn chance regular, like 15, I guess. What the hey, let's fight. I'll shoot out the devil here. I did it too fast, screwed it up. That is so bright, you can't see anything. Now the hack goes flying. Do you see how much more satisfying that is? I mean, seriously. I will fight fire with fire. Nothing to grab on. I can grab this though. Oh, that's right. I went to all the trouble. Yes, I thought I did. Did I turn these on? Really? You're broken now after all this time? I probably have to add some things. Oh, I know why. I made a new system for that. I'm dumb. My sanity back. Oh, that's right. It hits the shield, doesn't it? Worst ability ever. What are you hitting? Hitting the ground? Why are you so inefficient at hitting things? I powered up the Empress. Might need to be sped up though. It's really, really, really slow. I made it way stronger for how much it heals. You gotta wait 10 seconds. It's balanced in the fact you gotta wait 10 seconds. That's a long time. What are you doing, buddy? I ain't seen you in a bit. I want a way to get up over here easily. Actually, I might be able to grab that. I thought I'd be able to grab these and get up, but they're too small. Oh, I'm dumb. There is totally an easy way to get up. I put little shells here. You can totally get up on these. Perfect, not a problem. I should be using the only things you have. You don't get justice until later anyway. Being one of the better weapons so far, honestly, for just beating up random crap. It does too much damage. I'll probably have to reduce this damage, honestly. Of course, you get it later, so maybe I don't. There's a hidden mechanic anyway that'll affect how things are damaging later anyway, so. Speaking of weapons you don't get yet, Wheel of Fortune. That doesn't hit that, right? Oh, it did. Yeah, see, only on the Isle of the Forgotten does it ever have enemies just kind of stay gone forever. Like, that one spot, for some bizarre reason, seems to just screw everything up. In case you're curious, this ability reverses the curse. When you're in the darkness, you gain sanity, but you gain no curse power. But when you're in the light, you actually lose sanity and gain curse power. So that's why I use it in the darkness, because I just get all my sanity back. But currently it doesn't cost anything to use the abilities on it, so the fact you don't get curse back does kind of suck. So if I use it like this, and then you go over here, you start losing sanity and gaining curse there in the light, as opposed to the other. Getting out of the light for it to work. It needs to have a less ridiculous effect. So I might make this thing something else. I might actually put this as a... Instead of the fireball, just fire these at things, because it'd be kind of cooler anyway. I need a replacement effect like that. I could sit there and play with the with post-processing. Change the look of the game if you're using the other thing. I don't know if I want to do that though. Whenever I do that, it just looks kind of like crap. Like, I'm not a big fan of changing the post-processing. I tried that early on with lighting things and the effect if you were, you know, in the darkness or not. It just never looked good. Don't ever play with your player's ability to see. Like, don't mess with that unless you're like a horror game. In which case, yeah, go ahead. But for everyone else, players don't typically appreciate being unable to see. Honestly, if you stay in a room, this is probably about the level I want them to spawn at. The other ones are set up because you're running through the rooms, which is kind of... Spawn rates seem really high. What do I want to do on the devil? Get some sympathy for the devil here. Well, if I didn't stream on YouTube, I would play Sympathy for the Devil, but I don't think YouTube would be happy with that. But to be fair, more people watch me on YouTube than Twitch, so I don't think I'd want to piss off YouTube. I am kind of curious to see what that one effect would look like. I have a bunch of weird crap. This Death Tarot Sphere, what did it even look like? I have so many questions. I have just all kinds of weird crap everywhere, and I don't usually use it. Huh? You close some of these things. There's so many of them. Oh, it's just a sphere collision. Are you even used? I think I was going to use it, and then I decided it wasn't very good. Like it was a maybe effect. Oh, I know, because I wanted to have some bizarre little thing where the character like teleported forward and like the enemy took damage. But in practice, that kind of sucks. Also, why would death cause you to do that? I mean, just to try to look all cool, I guess, but realistically speaking, I'm pretty certain I don't want that in the world anyway. Yawning way too early today. Of course, I only slept like, I guess I slept a total of 6 hours. I slept 5 hours and then 1 hour, so that is 6. That's not usually more than I would get, so that's usually about it. And this is do you use this particle, or is this just sitting on you for reasons that I don't understand? I think you do use it. No. Yes, indeed. For the moon and, yeah, for death. Okay. Really? Yeah, it's just her launch for that. Okay. I guess I haven't looked at a lot of her crap for a bit. I don't even like her jump particle. I just haven't found anything better that makes it look like she's got some sort of thing. I need a better thing, though. It's possible the Hanged Man should actually just be double jump, not strength. Like, I don't get why strength would be double jump. The reason why the Hangman didn't end up as double jump is it looked weird when like a rope appeared around her neck and like pulled her up, but she didn't actually, like, it didn't really make her jump. It looked weird. I don't know. Why is this here twice? This is exactly the same particle as the other one. Hi, this ghost form thingy that I have from a million years ago. Is there any conceivable reason why these are different? Is it a size issue? I would prefer to not need to have two of the same particle on her, you know? they're shut off. But with that being said, it's one more thing it's got to kind of track in the world, so it's probably not completely free to have it there. Even deactivated as it is. I had a lot of failed abilities, they just weren't good. Also in the original like RPG Maker game and the early UE game with Paper ZD, she actually had a ghost form. I'd like to add it back in. My problem is like, what, am I just gonna let her float through walls? Like, what are the rules behind the ghost form is the problem, and I don't have a good one, a good way to limit it. That's how flying got replaced, got tossed in and said the chariot took it over. Maybe it doesn't grant her flying. It could just grant her the ability to be like not hit by enemies, I guess. That's kind of lame. Well, is it? I mean, as like a multi-part system, like it could be a defense, it could be like, there could be like Death's attack abilities, and this could be like a defense ability that Death has. I'm really leaning towards this idea that I might split the various tarot cards into 3 different equipment pieces that are all like related to that tarot, and then let you suit up, like build like, you know, little equipment loadouts for each one, for each thing you want, and like maybe give you like 3 of them to easily switch between, so you're limited on which ones you can have, and then you can mix them up more. Because that might be more exciting. Some of these abilities could be really cool together, but there's no system for that yet. You're just roped into switching between the cards directly. But if you're using the Hangman to swing around while shooting fireballs or something, that'd be way cool, but that's just not an option. So that will probably be what happens later. Whenever I want to redo all that, I don't know. It does seem pretty cool. The current system is fine. Current system's already made, though. That's the upside of the current system. Got sidetracked. I was going to do something, and then I got caught up in removing crap that didn't need to be here. Oh, I was trying to find whatever the devil one is. Like whichever thing I was using for it. Am I just spawning and attaching? Oh, it's actually... Flame shield, yeah. Well, let's say I keep the flame shield thingy and I bring up her fireball. I kind of recycled the same fire thing over and over, and I kind of want to change it up a little bit. Just kind of, you know, make it a little more interesting than just always the same crap. This is this is just active the whole time, right? Yeah, it's just a giant fire shield thingy, and this is a flame shield. Is this any better? Wow. Oh, oops. I don't know if that's any better. I think it's hard to see it because it's so tiny, but I'm going to try shooting him and seeing if it's any better. I mean, the other fire thing is very effective at what it does. It looks very good. But I'm curious. Oh, I don't like those at all. Like a little UFO thingy, they suck. Never mind. F that. I appeal my previous statement. It was no good. This just makes a better fire thing, I guess. More fire. I always hate these because you gotta wait for them to load. My computer's a potato. It'll figure it out eventually, but my computer's still a potato. It'll probably figure it out eventually. I don't even know if it'll figure it out eventually. But rather than do that, I'm just gonna put him in the world so I can look at him. You cannot do that. Oh, it's because it's an emitter, not a system. Let's watch it burn. Let's watch it burn. I wish that didn't have the fire on it because the smoke's kind of neat. Oh, these suck. I mean, they look cool for what they are, I guess, but they mostly look like smoke. Yeah. I wanted something to represent for the devil having the power to, like, you know, reverse things, make things different. That fire thing not only blocks, it makes it hard to even see what's going on. It also blocks your projectiles too, which is another fault it has. Do these have collisions? I don't know. I'm gonna double check that they do. They don't. I might have to put it directly on her. That's an interesting question. If it's directly on her, does it actually cause a problem? Is this a new thing that's on all of them? One moment. Well, first off, hands off keys. Do not auto activate. Let's just activate. Oops. Deactivate. There's no argument for doing either way. The ones attached to them tend to, well, first off, they load faster because they're loaded with the character. But then they tend to also kind of behave better with collisions and the like. Because it's treated as part of the character. Let me test that real fast. Then I'm gonna go look at these blood particles I had, because if there's a new built-in system that just lets you scale the Niagara particles, that's amazing. It's so stupid that people had to enable that in the thing in order to make it a thing. It was just a pain. Doesn't deactivate. Ah. I may change the Emperor to slowly grow too. All this to fix a problem with the thing being hit on there, which I'm not sure it fixes. Oh. I'm a goofball. There are particle systems in there and I don't need it anymore. Not hitting anymore, that's good. Plus it blocks a little less bad. Now I'm curious about those blood particles. Sure. Actually, we'll just do the big old burst. Let's say I dump this onto Poppet. Yeah, there was an allow scalability that appears now. Really? Really? Is that true? Not sure if it's really scaling it up. Oh, that might actually be scaling it up. Let's just do a big old number. Just like 200. Oh yeah, it's everywhere. So that's actually newly added in. Finally, something that 5.6 brought that is useful. It's actually very useful. I've hated that for a long time. I don't know any world why you wouldn't want the ability to scale the particle. Why you need to go through some archaic system of finding the right boxes to set that up. It should have always been an option. The cascade particles, just have it as a default. Whoever initially designed the network particles is stupid. I don't know what they were smoking. It was good. They should have. Like, at no point in my entire life I've ever thought, you know, it'd be really great if I couldn't scale a component without 10 extra steps of work to do it. Spoiler, I in fact have never thought that. I never in my right mind would ever want to do that. What those do for me right now, I don't know. But I think I should want a dripping blood or something. They only scale inside of a blueprint. Like, I can't just dump it on the world, right? No, I can. It just allows scalability there. Wow. The level of happiness that brings me. Well, fake blood's gonna go on things. Well, it's like real blood, but we'll call it fake blood. There's some dripping blood. We dripping? We got some drip? Oh, maybe. Yeah, this drip is Not the drip I'm looking for. Look at how tiny that is. It's this laughable thing. It's so tiny. What do? 5,000. Wow. Supposedly it's scalable, but is it though? Is it really? This blood pack was one of the most disappointing packs I've had. Because I wanted to scale everything up to fit, you know, this, and it just couldn't. And thus, about the only thing I actually used out of it was like 2 of the particles that are kind of recycled everywhere. And for the most part, there's a bunch of decals that look pretty good, but I kind of wanted actual like dripping blood and things in places, and I'm better off just using a plane that looks like blood. Which occurs to me that the water thingies don't have a blood option. Wow, that's kind of a fail. I mean, maybe I want blood as an option. You know? Maybe. Yeah, meanwhile, this blood pack was really good because it was just full of a bunch of fun blood thingies you just put places. And it's just like, cool, neat. Except when you try to put it out there, it's a big pain because it's always in some bizarre angle. And you got to try to figure out the correct angle it needs to be at. And then it'll work. I always found kind of obnoxious. Like, that's not even right there, I don't think. Oh, I see. You rotate like this, I think, or something. I don't know. I think that's actually close to what it's supposed to. I have no idea. That looks better than I thought. I'm pretty certain negative 90 would do that, and this could just be 0. This could also just be 0, and it'd be perfectly where it needs to be. So it's just negative 90, and I could just have blood on things. Which maybe I want? Is that cooler? I don't know about the blood in here. Be fun for a torturing thing, though. But I kind of got rid of the torturing thing for the control room thingy. Blood or no blood? I mean, this does make it look a lot more, I guess, real feeling. But this seems a lot faker feeling. So it's just like negative 90 and then big numbers. Oh, wow. Okay, maybe I just do that instead. Just this big old... like a fake blood thingy. Is that what I want? I don't know. I mean, having blood all over the room is fun, I guess. It would stick outside the room. That would be kind of weird. But also just make it smaller. That one looks like it doesn't even need to be changed. I gotta be careful about that. The old other room plan. A little better that way. Much more horrifying. Because these are kind of boring looking by comparison to that. I mean, those two showing the same particles kind of boring. I got more crime scenes, mate. I can do better. Is there like 2 on it? No, it's been 2 on it. Oh, never mind. I can delete the webs. Hey, Ted Don, how's it going? You're just in time to see me put blood on skeletons. How excited are you? I mean, I'm excited by blood on skeletons. Why is that at 90 on that? I don't understand. Oh, it's one of those particles. We're trying to figure out which direction it's supposed to go. Well, that's actually kind of cool because going down like that. Did I leave now where you still can? Oh God, why? I run over your legs. What do you think of that, jerk? I guess the blood gets on Poppet too. That's weird. He looks really weird, blood all in there. What am I gonna do about that? I forgot that's the problem with decals. They hit everything nearby. I could make Poppet get all bloody. I jump on your head. What do you think of that, jerk? It's great. You know you like it. Bathe in my flames.
What's the track I have in here?
Well, it's not a bad track in here. My Dr. Wily capsule. Oh, some Dr. Light capsule. Okay, the item out of it doesn't really matter, but that poses a serious problem. I guess I could flatten it a bunch. Would be how I would do it. Does kind of cut how much is available on them, but I might just get rid of them. I don't know. I'll think about it. It's not a huge need to have it. I just thought it was kind of cool, but in reality, the decal should be smaller. And there should be decals on the ground that are tiny. Or just flat. Our pool is extremely wimpy. I thought for certain it would get bigger than that, but it really doesn't, because I do this and it's going to shrink down. Yeah, it's terrible. Thanks, I hate it. The hating involves much of it. Also, let me move to the break. I don't have to find them later. Why are they so tiny? I hate it. You know what? Maybe over here, actually. I have an idea. Abandon all hope, ye who enter. Perfect. Oh, that's why I could make it huge. It wasn't smoking. Just make life everything massive. I gotta make it more theme parky. I mean, that's the whole point. Why aren't the eye thingies moving with it? That's awkward. I hate it. Ain't no parent soft not attached to. Interesting. So if I make it larger, it doesn't really work. Just do that and then just increase the size of the text like I was gonna do. Oh, that's too big. Maybe 0.7. .7. Helpful signs. They're not really helpful. They just are there to be theme parky. I can actually have the skulls say what they are supposed to do too. I guess at a distance it doesn't work as well as you want it to. The eye thing. Interesting. It's cool up close. It's kind of what matters, I guess. I don't know if I like the design of this ceiling up here. I was gonna do a crow's nest thing. I get the sneaking suspicion that isn't very gonna work out very well. Also, I really gotta replace these trees. I mean, look at that crap. They're like pulsing. It's so weird. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Very quiet night. Only 5 hours. That's right. What's the plan with these trees? I like these other trees better, but these trees are temperamental and broken. That's the term we're looking for here. I haven't found a way to fix those trees. They just need to be gone. I'm gonna just have to replace them and try to make it look better. I just took out all the trees that looked good, and now they just terrible. Just terrible. I'll figure it out eventually. I guess I am using the other trees everywhere, so I should probably stick with these weird, you know, gumdrop looking trees and just get rid of this crap. They're not very exciting. Be 100% fair. But I gotta admit, at least they work. And they don't stick into the ground all weird, so that's a bonus. I guess I'm just getting rid of all these things. They don't stylistically fit, so I guess I'm sticking with those. Not the first time those trees are broken, and I only have 2 trees that match this. I wanted at least 3, or it's just not enough trees. Oh well. I'll just replace a bunch of the trees with new trees and call it square. My ghetto forest. First off, H-load. There's been bugging me for a bit. I spent way too long thinking about it, is really what it was. It's like, well, yesterday I didn't have an answer, and I was just like, well, maybe I'll do this. No, just do anything with it and move on. It's one room with some trees. Just use them. I actually, let's do the move twos in a second. Oh, it's got these little crappy foliage actors. Hate those. I guess you should already have like 90% of the trees in the room anyway. Oh, these large trees are not too bad looking. Okay, I can get away with those. Those are actually pretty good for what I'm doing. I see. And then I got moved somewhere random. They'll get the job done. They're better than these things. I don't really want those in there, but I can just use these ones with the trunks, and some of these are okay, I guess. I can also put, like, you know, assorted, you know, like bushes and things like that, and flowers and stuff. Like, I didn't bother to do that yet, but obviously I will at some point. Those aren't bad, though. I wouldn't call them as good as the other ones, but at the same time, they're a lot better than nothing. I could probably dupe them and have some other ones of different colors to try to mix it up a little. That's true. Oh, at a distance, they probably go ugly color. You probably want to do this with it. Here's what this does, actually. Well, it's kind of pleasant to have some other varied color on this one. What I could do is actually just drag them into the scene and then change them directly on there. Or I can just, you know, not do that and just have some duplicate mesh ones that have different materials on them. I don't really know which is better per se. I mean, I guess you're loading the same ones over and over. It's just that some of them you're loading. Oh, that's better. I'll think about that one. I'm just gonna save all those. Oh wait, don't do that one. I did the wrong one. How basically just make 2 sets of these, or multiple sets of these trees, I guess. And that'll let me, wait around a little. Like there's billboard ones. Wait, what? What's this look like? Oh. Really bad is the term you're looking for. Interesting. Fortunately, there's a weird yellow one. It's not good. So you basically just have to use the same handful as I was already using. I have these ones here to choose from, but I can also just dupe one and then change it. Like a gradient color. Make them like orange or something. I already kind of have that though. I got weird white leaf trees. That'd be kind of strange. White and red trees. Huh. Let me play around with this a little bit. Also overhangs. Which is actually the effect I wanted, overhanging on things like that. So, okay, okay. There's hope yet. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do like white and red. I'm not gonna have all the trees rammed together like that, but like, I'm not sure I'm gonna have these trees at all, to be fair. Make that even whiter, honestly. Just create a bizarre white tree. Something striking. I don't like these. Rely on those 4 other trees to kind of mix and match a bit, I suppose. I want those to be like a red instead. Probably too red, but that's okay. Probably need a third color to balance it, but I have ideas. I can always change them anyway by simply just changing these materials to have whatever I want. So, might as well experiment since I gotta replace those other trees. Anyway. That's just how I roll. I just try weird crap out and maybe it works. Why not? That's fine if it doesn't. But part of the the game kind of has a color scheme to it in a lot of instances, so I kind of try to keep to the color scheme. And a lot of time, chances I can, you know, just trying to mess with it a bit. And the color scheme is largely like white, red, and black, to be fair. White's less common. Red and black are Poppet's colors. He does have green eyes, but I don't really count that as one of her colors. I just count it as her having green eyes. Which, you know, they look good and all, but yeah. Like this, maybe. Not quite the canopy I was looking for. Of course, I always used just exactly one tree in the other one, and it looked passable. Once I add in grass and bushes and things, this will look much more garden-like. I like that they overhang. They're a good replacement for the other ones that have problems. Well, the other one that has problems, because I really only had 3 trees there, and they had some issues, to say the least. Collision's already in place on these, that's good to know. Just kind of frozen over there, buddy? Probably. Helpful. I was looking to maybe have it move down a little bit, maybe match up the ground, but halfway through the ground is like the same. So I move that over there. Let's say I move this. Good question. Where do I even want this? This is where I can just change the, like, you know, 2 materials and then adjust the whole room. I guess a little more, they can be super white, or I can make them like have a little black in the bottom of them too. I'm just ramming these up and down here with the color picker. How's that black trees? I wonder how that would look. I mean, I'm always curious. Let's see what happens. Do I like them? Ah, how about that? But I mean, it's just change one slider and suddenly they're like what you want. I could just make them green. The other ones are all reds. It's not very black. Making me a missive for no reason. Oh god. Tree lights. I will pass on tree light. Oh, I can disable wind on them. And they just sit there. I don't know if I like that or not. I mean, to be fair, there is no wind, but there could be like some sort of like wind blowing through there from the AC unit type of things, like, you know, like an air conditioning setup. Oh, I left one of these crap trees in here. I don't like the crap trees. You just floating there, huh, buddy? There. Honestly, I think I like the white better. Not like a lot, though, is the problem. Like, I only kind of like it. But... slightly darker on that probably too is better. It needs a third color to break it up though. Give me a quick save over there. I'll take a quick bio break in a sec. I think it's better with the muted colors. Okay, the white tree behind the thingy there, behind the crystal, like, is pretty fitting. I kind of need a third color for these, I think. I really do. There just needs to be one more. Two colors just... it just ain't it. It's fine, but it ain't it. Gonna dupe those one more time. I'm just making dupes of these ones here so I don't have to sit there constantly applying new materials to each one. Just move the ones I want to wherever I want. It might not be the most ideal method. But it is tedious to do it the other way, so... Is this used on anything? Can I just delete this? And you're used on what? Okay. But... Alright, that's the white one. Okay, fair enough. Oh, could have. Good. Put the 3 there. I don't know why it puts a 1 first and then it'll do a 2 and then a 3. Instead of just instantly going to 2 if you've duplicated something, since you've already got, you know. You already obviously have a 1. But that's how it rolls. I guess I could pick one of these other colors more between, like a softer color or something. I'm not sure if I like that idea, but I'm willing to play with it a little bit. Maybe the white trees need a slight bit of pink in them. That's fair too. I could also have an actual green in there too, for that matter. I could just a straight up green. It's not the worst idea I've ever had. Not the best idea I've ever had either. But sure, maybe I want green trees. Whatever. Or replace the other ones outside with these two. Just use these 4 trees over and over. I only have trees in so many places, so I don't really want to use them a million times over. I would, in fact, like to kind of recycle a handful of trees over and over if I can. Well, if it had white, black, and red, green, black, and red, that would be Poppet's colors. Which would be interesting, to say the least. I don't know how good it would be, but it would be interesting. Which I think is fine. Oops. A little more color balancing in this room. Still not it. I may have to have a bunch of like very reds. I don't know. Just trying out ideas. The thing about the red trees is the reason why I look at the red and white is you have the Japanese forest thingy. So I was aiming for something almost exotic. The green doesn't really work with that though. Well, there's always making him black. Not sure I'm okay with the setup as it is. But also, it needs to be like something over here too, for that matter. I will be changing the colors a bunch, I'm sure. Not quite what I'm looking for, as far as I can tell. I could just go with a bunch of boring greens as well. I can do green and red too. Very Christmassy. Oh yeah, if I swap out the black ones for green, that's technically Christmas colors. White, red, and green. I don't like it. I mean, I like it better than nothing there, of course, but I don't like it. I'm disappointed. Okay, maybe I'm not as disappointed, but I'm still disappointed. I think is the best way to put it. Like, I don't like what's come about there. This had, like, basically multiple, like a red, a purple, and the other one was like a pink, I believe. Yeah, red, purple, and pink. Okay. Let's play that game. Red, purple, and pink. Well, you already have this, like, it's not really a purple. I guess that's the wrong... it's a purple. Sure. Let's steal an idea, right? So one of these needs to be pink. I guess it's this one. That's like the least pink I've seen in ages. Maybe a bit of red on top of it. Also enable wind on those. I don't like them without the wind. It's not the best. And then maybe it's like some combination of purple and red on that. Or maybe like slightly darker. Okay, that is better. They're still not the right colors, but I think that it's more mystical colors, I think is really the term I'm looking for. I can also put bushes in the way too. Just eliminate these broken thingies, because I think I'm still using the wood from it, which is this here, which I like the wood, but because I doubt this wood is any better. But I'm gonna check real fast out of curiosity. Nope. Doesn't tile. That's what I cared about, if it tiled. That'll still give you the fun feel of looking up at the trees, and I'll put crap below it, so it'll be fine. A lot better than, well, nothing. Which is currently what I got going on. Not ideal, but better than nothing. That tree's very accommodating. Sure. Not my favorite, but I don't know if I like the purple trees that much. Maybe the pink ones are better. Especially the overhanging one. The overhanging one's probably the best one. Kind of hides the light though. It does overhang, which is kind of neat. Maybe like that. Well, it sticks through the pipe anyway. Replacements. Fair enough. I don't like them as much as the original trees. That's true. I do like them better than no trees or the other options I've had so far. And I can always change the colors if I get bored. Not concerned about that. I don't like grass and bushes and things. Just stuff that doesn't block Poppet though, because it's really not very fun if Poppet's blocked by everything. That solves an issue with the possessed trees. Not ideally, but that's okay. I did this. It fixed the bug. That's what we were just doing right here. This is no longer a thing. Because they're destroyed by the room so they don't follow forever. So actually, in doing that, one thing actually fixed the problem that was unintended. This is part of the Puppet Master problem. I'm going to refer to this as the Forgotten. So I keep spelling it like it's from the Forgotten Anne. There is a weird freeze that sometimes happens when hit. I might investigate it. It's so random that it happens. It's really hard to pin down. Because of how long I've been, like, how often it happens. It almost never does. It just does sometimes. So I'm basically looking for any point where I've affected her movement, because there's some point where I've stopped your movement. Like, I assume it would have to almost be like in between this, where if she's falling currently, it wouldn't set to walking. I guess, let's do this, right? Like, just in case this is the possibility here. If she's currently falling or something like that, and it somehow does that, we'll just set it to falling. And this way, she'll just be falling. Trouble is, I don't know if that'll fix it or not. It's still hard to replicate the problem. And target damage is what does it, but the problem is, in something like this, you can't run animation, so it has to be character damage that runs it. Yeah. Do once, blah blah blah, timeline, spawn bloody display, scalar parameter that, sure, update stat, perfect. Is hit, fine. I'm assuming that has to be what's happening here. This has to do once, so she can't be hit again. Wait. I already checked for the chariot, so if she has the chariot, then we'll always with that. I think that's about the only way it can happen, is somehow she's in the process of, like, she gets knocked or something and is somehow falling, and then because she was hit, it blocked her movement. I think they actually popped around though, but potentially that's the cause. I'm gonna put a check next to it to say that I've attempted something. And then I'll just keep an eye on it. The enemies have something similar too, where I'm probably setting their movement and then not resetting it. Actually, they also work with target damage. I remember I reworked everything to work off the same one to make it less confusing. They employ the same character damage thing since you can't do this inside of an interface. Might be the same bug.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Hey Krishna Game Dev, how's it going? You are just in time to see me wonder why the enemy is getting hit sometimes right. Kind of fixing bugs because I decided to build some stuff earlier, and then now I've built some stuff. I'm like, well, I'll fix a bug or two, and yeah. Target damage to the one I wanted. It's over here. Do it again. I'm not actually setting their movement anywhere, I think. Some get knocked by the weapon, but I'm building a 3D Metroidvania. Let me go over the level and I'll give you a bit of a tour. This chapter I'm still building, so it's got its moments, but it's got some problems. Is he in his med? How's it going? Oh, thanks, Krishna. Well, hopefully it looks cooler after I show you the game. In hours. If the computer doesn't explode. If the computer explodes, well, listen. That's fine. Alright. We'll do a mini tour. Alright. The game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is a lot like if Disneyland put a building of creepy toys, actually just fill the building full of creepy toys that all come to life at night because of a curse and try to kill each other. So basically it's a small world. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power. This is just for dodging. Curse power is basically what powers all of your abilities, powers all the toys and everything like that. In the upper right corner tells you if you're in the dark or the light. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse wins, takes you over, and you lose, so that's bad. I'll let it go low enough on sanity where it shows the insanity effect for you. As you go insane, it starts saying things in the air, so you know that you're not doing so hot. Right. If you go back to a light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you're going to have to balance between the two if you want to, well, you have most of your abilities. So she uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Very exciting. Ow. That was mean. Goes kapow. Okay, we're looking at multiplayer. My heart's there. It's still very cool. Oh, it's a Metroidvania. Metroidvanias aren't multiplayer games. It's not meant to be multi. Could you turn it like, well, if I had all different mechanics, it'd have been a different story and I could have made it one, but yeah. Let me show you some of the other mechanics. This is just the first of the weapons. Yeah. The bonks are fun. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. Breaking things and stuff. It also manipulates objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards. I don't know why that's in the ground, but it is for some reason. Interesting. Drawers, cupboards, windows, doors if you have keys, flips light switches, you know, stuff like that. Believe in your ability to grab this. This is a tutorial room, so it's talking to you about things. Get my sanity back real fast. We can also break stuff too. It's in a steampunky world, as you can see. Can't stay there for long because, you know, sanity's dropping. Gotta get to the light quick. I'll use the Empress on, it's fun. It's the Empress, it's basically like Bomberman. The red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby once they count to 10, so don't be standing nearby them when they do. And the blue mushrooms heal. Why are they standing like that? I have no idea. Did they just double team me? Sure did. This Temperance, it's a bubble wand. It bubbles things. Now you're aggressive now. What'd I do to change you that made you so aggressive? I mean, I approve, but... still, that's some aggression. Ooh. I could make a multiplayer game where the dolls fight, though. That is true. Maybe this game does badly or something, or maybe it does really well. Who knows? Aim for this key. Get bubbled, loser. Yeah. I'm using double jump. I'm a cheater. I have all the tarot cards unlocked. I guess he's emit light, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't know why you're up in the air. That's weird. Oh, that one's kind of lame, but for now. So far, Justice is actually just a gun. I just thought it was funny to have a gun to shoot things because I was bored one day, and I was like, I'm gonna have a gun too. Probably the least fun ability, but it's also surprisingly more fun than you think. Let's use a fun one on him. This the moon. It makes clones of you, and then the enemies will attack the clones, or they'll just wander off and do whatever they're doing. What you doing, buddy? You can detonate the clones to deal damage to things that are nearby, by the way. They're little traps. I know the right way through the toy maze, so I just run the right way. Seems like the enemies aren't currently spawning. I'm playing with this encounter system, and it's kind of... sometimes it just doesn't want to spawn things. I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's got some problems. I've been trying to fix a lot of them. I fixed some. It's going passable. What you doing, buddy? Stealth mode. It's not stealth, she's ducking. Wee. Unfortunately, my computer's also a potato, so, you know, it does have lag while I'm streaming. It just is what it is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have some sort of thing that tracks where you're at on the map and fills it in, like, you know, you would see in Metroid or Castlevania. Why are you floating up here, buddy? You just doing your thing? You just floating? I can't even grab you. Well, that's a problem. I gotta fix that. I should make note of these things I need to fix while I'm at it. Let's see. These on can't be picked up. Sinks can't be turned on. But yeah, like basically it'll just track where you're at and just start adding into things, filling them in. You have a reason to go to every single location, or sort of every single location. It'll be interesting to see how I do it for like this room where it's a giant maze. Metroidvanias aren't really about telling you where to go though, so usually you don't get the world's best map in a Metroidvania. It's usually the crappiest map possible. It just tracks where you've been. I'd have this equipped. There are multiple women who were killed and their souls were put into dolls, but one of them, her soul got stuck in the paintings and it's not working at the moment. I don't know why, but I guess it's one thing. I made a bunch of changes today, so. Anyway, once you free the paintings, you can jump through them and go to a painting world, but for some reason I can't free the painting right now. So I'm going to do that. I think is paintings can't be freed. I grabbed that key, right? Hopefully I grabbed the key. I'm real stupid if I didn't grab that key. I did probably just jump out and not grab it, didn't I? Oh my god, did I forget? Am I the worst person ever? Maybe. That's okay, I have a cheater method to get back in if I have to. Do I have it? I do! Yay! You gone in? Strange things are inside these. Just for fun to break stuff. I don't know why that's in the ground there. I have questions. Doesn't really matter, but I can still make this work. It's just weird that they're like that. Also, gravity has no place here in my world. Physics means nothing. Why is that lamp floating? Don't know, but it still acts as a light. Physics means nothing. Nothing. I'm just cheating. Want to make note of those too. Thought I fixed all those. Something caused random things to move up and down in my world. Probably moving to 5.6. Normally I'd be picking up tarot cards along the way in order to get new abilities, but I think the enemy thingy broke and they're not spawning anymore. Oh no, they are. Well, hello there, buddy. Yes, I haven't done this one yet. This one leaves little things behind you that you can then detonate to deal damage to stuff. It also has a force field that instead of taking damage on your health, you take it on your curse instead. Making it a very weird running ability. You don't have to use either one at any given time, but... This is where you would get the Empress. Huh. Make some note of things. Empress, Tarot container didn't open? Didn't open. Some stuff in the control room is stuck. Ground. And let's see. case in the magician room is stuck in the ground. Alright. This is very useful because I haven't tested some things in a bit, so, you know. Water is actually lethal to Poppet. There is a tarot card that protects against it. The Empress has another ability. Can actually grow and shrink the plants. Whee! I haven't imposed a cost to this yet. There's no balancing in this game at all. I see. I mean, you should definitely do it. I suck. I fell in the pool. That's okay. I have a cheater thing on, so. Okay, if I had to double jump through the other Peter, I had to shrink it down. That would have been how I'd had to do it. Of course, once you fall in the water, you'd be back at the respawn point anyway, so, you know. The tour. Ooh. They should make Scratch 3D. What is Scratch? I know not these things. Oops, I'm terrible. Clearly I need to drink more, and that's how I'll be better at this platforming. Every time I do this, the various lag at any given time can be different, so it messes with my ability to make the jumps. Secret room. Oh, secret room. I'm just looking for stuff that's out of place. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Of which there are menus. You've already seen the tarot menu. The map menu just so far just shows various rooms that are connected. I'm going to add more to it, but for now it's simply in the collectibles. Largely aren't in there yet. There are saves. They work. There's loading. It also works. Options. All work except the audio doesn't work yet. That's okay. Hey Ponton, how's it going? I was doing a quick little run through some things because I hadn't done it a bit to see if certain things work. So far the encounter system is still working, which is impressive. I guess I fixed it enough. Except for on the Forgotten Island. I hate Forgotten Island. Light sleeps, but okay. Welcome to the club. I slept 5 hours, got up, went to work, got home, and slept 1 hour, and decided to stream. There's my sleep. I was like, oh. Why did I do that? I hate myself, that's why. There's no other explanation. I just obviously hate myself. At least I didn't have to go outside in the sun today. I just had everyone come visit me at my house to do business. Oh my god, it was like 100+ degrees out there today. F that. That's not even hot for here, but it's still... I just suck. Still too hot for me. I had to code my card. Program I hired to code my card ability system should be sent back now. That was nice. Nice. Awesome. Overlooking that, not looking at this. I should have just taken the cheater way. I don't know why I didn't take the cheater way. RPSA, thunderstorms and heat. Jeez. It's supposed to pick in my mind. It can't have both. Seriously, you get thunderstorms and you get heat. You're not... That's just cheating nature if you have both, okay? Just saying. Seriously. Currently, one of the devil abilities is that it reverses the sanity and curse thing, where in the darkness you gain sanity, but you don't gain curse. It also shoots fireballs. Not all these abilities are game ready. This one's actually the newest of the abilities. He says he cheats. Just outright cheats. Try not to use double jump because it's cheating in this area. You shouldn't have it, but that doesn't stop me from accidentally hitting the button all the time. I got tired of them having fireballs and me not having fireballs. Also, I need another projectile that just shoots straight. It's actually hard to hit flying units with the other projectiles in the game. I can't grab this magician. Perfect. I went out to make certain that was not possible, so. Light cubes produce light when you move them around. They also cost curse to move them, so there's that. I don't gotta get the upgrades, so I'm just skipping every upgrade. And we'll end the tour with a good old Patrick fight, who I made so much harder. But I'll cheat and use things I shouldn't have, just to make it more exciting than me doing it over and over, right? I'll refrain from using the ever-broken, the hangman. But yeah, now Poppet has the ability to hang from her neck on things, though it does try to kind of catch weird ways. It's like, woohoo, woohoo! Like, ew. Spider Poppet. Don't ask why it does a little run, I don't know. That's the other new ability. I'm not supposed to have this for this fight, but I'm using it anyway. Why can't I hit him? I have questions. Is there a bug with you, buddy? I think so. Oh, no? I hit him. That was weird. We just hit nothing for a second there. Not supposed to have that. This is the Fool. Oh, sorry. Well, this is Wheel of Fortune. It throws dice. Dice deal damage to things based on what they roll. It also heals. I'm supposed to be done with this. He's got like 3 phases, but mostly he's just being dumb. His first phase is really easy. He's the first boss, so he's not like tough. He has a lot of damage. You're supposed to have this, the Magician, and the Empress's healing ability. And Temperance. You have Temperance for this fight. You wouldn't have these, I just cheated. You do have these though. They do heal him though. I made him much stronger though, thankfully. It was so stupid how weak they were. Something is hitting off things, like it's not throwing these like it's supposed to. That time it did. Weird. I didn't make all the characters. I made like Poppet. I made a lot of the female victims. Some of the characters, I did not make Patrick. Patrick came from an asset pack. I think he cost me $5 when all was said and done. How's it going, Ruby? I don't know what's up with the projectiles not always working right. Also, this fight's not going my way. His projectiles are better than mine. Seriously, they are. Ow. Fireballs to you, jerk. Just outright cheating in the fight. Really, I think the dice are the best against him, but... Why'd I equip that? I didn't do anything. Heal myself. Maybe Legendary Knight. It wasn't that way for a long time, though, until today. So, I didn't actually change in the animations, which is why it's weird to me. Face the ability from the game that never was. Jerk. Yeah. First version was a lot better than this version. This version's only mediocre by comparison. It's a lot mediocre by comparison. I don't know how good this is, but I've never even tested against him. He would never actually, he would never have this for this unless there's a new game plus, so this is just cheating. It's funny though. Yeah, it sucks. This ability is interesting because it reverses the curse insanity thing. I did use the devil, and the devil's a new one. There's every new weapon has some new weird quirks with it, so I didn't recall changing on the character. I actually removed some things that would hit on the characters, so I don't know. It's not consistent, which is interesting. But maybe I made some changes to projectiles themselves at some point to account for something else. Possibly. Possibly indeed. Oh, I don't have enough curse, do I? There you go. Getting close to him is really dangerous. Just thought I'd say that. It's really dangerous. I gain sanity in the darkness. And curse power in the light, but I lose my sanity in the light. All that was already accounted for. Like I say, this is new. The weapon's already... Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I was watching the chat there. I mean, all that was accounted for. The weapons don't have a collision. There's, and he does a lot of damage, by the way. He's not balanced. Yeah, it's only been today that it started happening. It doesn't happen hardly ever, too. It just I changed some of the projectiles themselves a bit, but I'd have to look and see. But this is the same system that's been used since forever for how the weapons work. It's really inconsistent because most of the time they just work. Actually, I'm gonna test in a better room because this room is boring. This is the old. I'll play with the new. Part that makes my projectiles larger? No. The projectiles have a fixed size. The only thing that can gain in size is the Fool Tarot. The hammer can grow large to do more damage. Oh. Jeez. It's really inconsistent. I think it's something to do with the devil's thing, because that seems to happen after I use the nav mesh here. No. Lame. Oh, there's not one anywhere. Fair enough. You got me on that one, buddy. You know what I need? Like some more to drink or something. Whatever. I'll take this test first, then I'll go grab it. But I am probably due for a bio break, I think. See what else we say. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I missed the thing you said, Olivia. Sorry. You said fine. Downloading some assets from Fab. Starting another level now. What about you? Oh, doing pretty good. You know, just working on these things. Just that thing there. Kind of level you making? Add notepad. Let's see. That's map is pretty much done. Add an ignore list. You can add bots or anyone you don't want appearing in your chat. Nice, nice. Add a notepad image elements. Need sound effects and notifications. We can crash right now. You've returned from purgatory. Welcome back. I've discovered that this is Prime Month on Amazon. And the best thing about Prime Month is every year it comes around, they always give me a free month of Amazon right on Prime Month, right for the Prime Day thing. I got my free one there. I can't use it on myself, unfortunately, because I have a permanent tier 3 sub to myself. Yeah, that's how Twitch does it, of course. But I'm sitting there going, I'm probably just going to give it to like Fox or something. Be like, hey, man, this one's on Amazon. Because you get a free Twitch sub with it. So speaking of dealing with ads, I was like, that was my exciting thing for the day. Yeah, I totally can. I will at some point. It only appears to happen based on that one thing, though. Like, it never happens any other time, though, which is the interesting thing. Like, it's a devil thing, I think. It's fine, and then I use this. And from here, I think it's actually still firing. No, it's actually... If I move, it fires. But it's basically hitting off of nothing. But as soon as I move out of the way, it'll be fine. So there's something to do with this ability that's messed up. But the funny thing is, the particles don't have collision. That's just it. The particles don't have a collision. They can't. They're just an emitter. It's not an actual true bubble. That's just it. When it's not enabled, it doesn't hit the ground at all. It's only when it's enabled that it's having some problems. And if I move, it does not appear to have the problem anymore. But sometimes it just works anyway. But like there, it's working through it anyway. But then it was affecting other ones. Like, see here? Now it's affecting these ones. But before it wasn't doing that. That one worked perfectly fine before. So it's something to do with that ability and how I coded it. But it's weird is because no collisions are added during that. So something must be changing somewhere that I'm missing. Oh no, it doesn't affect the size of the projectiles. And it wouldn't affect the size of the projectile or anything else either. But nothing changes the size of the projectiles. You see, it works perfectly fine normally. So does Temperance. All the weapon-based projectiles. Get rid of these so I can see. But I mean, I'll figure it out. It's not hard to figure this crap out. I just sit there and just do the usual thing that I always do, but... Ability's new. But it works perfectly fine. Until that. I already had it equipped. I'm done. Well, actually, it's working there. It's not actually working all the time, though, is the problem. Obviously, if I aim down, it'll aim down, but if I aim up, it should be aiming at the ceiling, and yet it's sometimes working. Not always. If I get rid of it... Now it's working this time, aiming up, so... But it didn't work there, now it's hitting me. Which shouldn't be the case. It hasn't... They don't change where they're at. The projectiles don't have a ray cast. And the weapon fires the projectile after it's already checked all that crap, so... No, that's fair. Yeah, I'll just... I just need to go through and investigate what's up with how I program that, because it shouldn't be the case. This has one too, though. Like, this is also a bubble. Well, it's like basically the same code. I actually made the other one slightly different to try to deal with the problem it was having. But I don't know if the Hermit causes the bug too. I'm going to test if the Hermit causes the bug, though, since it's nearly identical coding. Nope. Actually, now it is hitting this. I think it's changing the spawn location. Somehow. Oh, wait. First off, we need to pop it. Just grab her from here. It's easier. It shouldn't have an effect on the other ones, though. That's the interesting thing. Oh, the Devil Shield, why not? I sort of give myself, then we get back to what we can do, but I need to finish and launch this room. That's fair. Gotta do what gets you the money, yeah? Or at least, I guess, finish projects. I don't know. Sure. Games take forever. Before I get into this, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. It's been a couple hours, and all that alcohol that I had earlier wants to return itself now. I'll be right back. We can all stare at the Mr. Skullhead. He's very happy to see it. Actually, we can stare at the Forsaken Island, or Forgotten Island. Here we go. Where if enemies spawn here, they are forgotten by the Puppet Master, and it only happens on this one island. I don't know why. Been trying to figure. I spent like 2 hours, but anyway, we'll be back.
All right, let us continue.
At the Isle of the Forgotten. Yeah, I don't get it. Something is wrong with this island. There's no reason why, but anything that spawns on this island, for some reason the Puppet Master just forgets all about it and never wants to add it back to any arrays ever again, or destroy it or anything. It's just there forever until you load a different level. It's the most bizarre thing. Happens exactly no other place but right there. Feel free to watch the first 2.5 hours, I think, of the stream as I was messing with that particular problem, going, really? I like some of these wingless seraph thingies. Problem is they're kind of overused, but I like them, some of them anyway. Definitely a quiet night on the tube, and well, I guess. Interesting. Huh. Okay. So anyway. All it does is spawn a thing like that, and then it activates this flame shield thing, which I originally had it as not this activate. I had it as spawn a particle attached, but the same problem was occurring, so it's not that. Unless a particle can actually have collision, but there's no collision listed in here. With that being said, maybe it's possible. Of course, the particle is supposed to shrink down. That's what it's doing here. It shrinks down. The other method with the other thing was probably better in this way, that where it's not permanently equipped or something. I could swap it back. They both seem to have a similar method, but here's the way I was doing it on the other one that was probably better. Because the Hermit used it. Where are you at, Hermit? You'd think I'd memorize which ones were which at this point, but I have not. There's no other explanation, I just haven't. Pretty much it, just haven't. I'll go back to the same method so it doesn't have to be attached to her. It looks better the way it pans out too. Can't use goes in here and road. If valid. This was a reverse command, wasn't it?
think so. Yes. Click undo just to remind myself. Reverse amend. Puts it back to the other way so it's consistent. I don't hate. Make a deal with the devil. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, I add everything to red. Might as well neaten her up. I do actually need this ability relatively soon, so I should probably do something about it. Not working. I wonder if I should stream later. Like I start at night, but most of the night there's not a lot of people watching, and they always need to watch more in the early morning. I kind of wondered that a lot lately. I would have a better schedule. My schedule now is terrible. Make sure it still works. Oops. Oops. You are correct. It must have this. Ugh. Maybe I'll call it earlier tonight. Oh yeah, I need to fix these anyway. I have a bunch of these to fix. I have a whole bunch of bugs to fix too, that's right. Now it appears to be working. Why is it working? I have no idea. Well, that was an easy problem to solve, based entirely upon I put it back to the way it was when the problem was still happening. Wait. I literally changed it to that method because I thought it could help fix the problem. It did nothing. So, okay. Like, I'm fine with that. The rotation on it's a little mediocre, though. What if I set this as a 0 rotation? Because it's
Hard to see with the fire ring around her. Hmm. Not the way I was looking to change it, but thank you. It's one of these. 50-50 on if I get it right. Well, at this point, because I already failed once, so, you know. I failed the 33% chance, now we hit the 50% chance. Right, okay, so... that rotates the way I want. I think I might try streaming in the morning. Probably be better for me and health-wise. But also limit how often I stream too, because I wouldn't be able to stream beyond a certain point because I have to go to work. There we go, that's what I wanted. I jumped and then it caused a problem. Maybe I shouldn't join. Maybe I should just leave it the other direction. I guess there are like 15 people watching on YouTube, but most of the nights, it's been slowly building up. I hit 21 point, but what am I doing? Maybe it does have something that can collide with it. I don't know, because I turned it sideways and it was a problem, but this way it seems like it's perfectly fine. There's nothing listing the particles even having the option for a collision, though. That's so strange. Normally particles don't have collision. That's kind of the point. Well, if it fixes the problem, I don't care. Alright, when in doubt, if it fixes the problem, I don't care. Fair enough. Everything including the kitchen sink. Doesn't have gameplay tags. Sure. That means the bathroom ones don't work either. Why did I do this? Nice. And then I really just want to start getting rid of all the crap on here. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah, see, yeah. Listen to waterfalls twice? It might. Whatever. Anyway, let's fix Dinka's paintings. Kind of important. There aren't many save points in this game. Most of them are in the painting world, so you use only save points in the game. There's like so far 3. Pretty long walk. We might sneak some more, and actually there's 4. Before I'm thinking about it. It already has this, so it actually just needs first off it needs this in here. It already has it. It just needs can interact. That's all. And I should be able to free it. Perfect. Yes, the old version of the Hidden Grotto, which is actually a bit off with this one. Not like it. No, it doesn't even have the island over there or anything like that. You can see how different it was in this one. Fair enough. Disaster averted on that one. Yay. I really didn't think 90% of these would be that hard. I'm pretty certain that they're all just going to be a joke. Especially with the NPC one, because I just have to add it. It can't interact to a bunch of things. That's all it was missing the whole time. So it's not like a huge disaster or anything to fix it. There's another one that can be picked up. Actually, there's 3 of them. RDS can interact. Perfect for her. And then which one was the last one? Actually, Andy's almost the only one missing it, huh? Fair enough. That should fix them. We'll go to the other level and test it real fast. Always more stuff to fix. Having an authentication issue on loaded profiles. Who must incorrectly? I fixed the crash. Well, congratulations on fixing the crash. Glad to hear it. One step closer to greatness. Yes, one step. So what was causing the crash? I just tell people it's not enough waifus in their game, to be honest. More waifus make every game better. Even if it's not a game and it's an app, waifus. Very important. Face the right direction. Still floating a bit there, huh, buddy? Buddy. You're not Annie's on. You are, but you're still floating a tiny fraction. I wonder she floats a little bit. Pretty close. Another one bites the dust. I'm just gonna start eliminating numbers. I might make it just a to-do list, not even necessarily like, well, I mean, I have so many things on this list of things that are ideas and stuff, and it's gotten to the point of being kind of dumb. How much crap is just here. It's still like 9 pages? 14 pages? Here at the bottom, it's just like video stuff, so it's not necessarily that an idea thing is here, so. Not everything's there, but there's still a lot of... There's probably about 13 pages of dumb crap. At the very least 12 of ideas for the game. That's not going to be in there. Yeah. Ideas. I have so many tarot cards left to make. I don't even know. How many do I got? Like infinite? I'll pause the game to do it. Let's pause the game instead. And this actually is missing one technically, so it'd only be like 15, 20. This barely has one, but I guess this doesn't even work right, but sure. So 25. This technically does have 2 abilities now. 24, 27, 28, and then there's one on the world, 29. Out of 66. I have so many abilities to make. Okay, I know what the last world ability is, so we can skip that one. I haven't made it yet, but I know what it is. So it's like... it's gonna be a minute. I don't even have half. Yeah. Not even half. Rough. I see why I moved all those moved all those previously, because I thought they were all too high, but it's actually the bookshelf was too low. This one's too low as well. Okay, that was very effective. Snap the floor, you say. What floor? Well, that's something to be discussed later at a future time. I bet you a bunch of those in the ground. I moved a bunch of stuff up thinking that it was reversed, but does not seem to be the case at all. That room's jacked up, which makes this room probably jacked up too. Yeah, everything's in the... oh, wow, that explains so much. All these were in the ground. So actually everything that was on top of that I thought was messed up randomly is not messed up randomly. It was entirely these things that had moved all their positioning. Rough. Okay, well, that sucks. So much to explain by this. Oops. Ooh. Those are just floating in the sky. For now, it worked. Where did it go? I had to intentionally move them higher and then move them back down. Just to get them to go where they're supposed to. Pick them up and then slam them into the ground. Slam them hard. Slam that too. Don't slam that. It's still stuck in it a bit. Cool. One of these ones are broken too, huh? Probably. I was like, why is this floating? This is why. It wasn't floating at all. Why are these two fine? That's weird. I think that's all of them. I used it a lot early on, then I stopped using it. Because it's basically a ladder. Unless there's one in here or something. No. Then there's this room. Or you can crap up and then move it down. Do this. Hell yeah, brother. All these could probably be moved down a little bit. I don't know why the enemy spawns partially in the ground like that, but it's weird. Those ones are pretty good. This one's a little high up. Oh. That's a symbol for a level instance. What's that symbol? I thought it was like a landscape. I was like, uh-oh. Give me a landscape here. A little high. I believe that's every single thing that was effed up from that playthrough. And by believe, I mean these two. I forgot all about this room. This room needs work. Because I did a bunch of work on it and then I undid the work on it. So I kind of don't know what to do with it yet. Question my life decisions, I think, is pretty much what you start with this kind of room. Once you question your life decisions, you know, then you'll know what to do with this room. Mm-hmm. Anyway. I think it was just those things that were messed up, so... Sanford's container did not open for whatever reason. That's... Oh wait, what are you doing? Why didn't it open? That time it did. If I run from over here, do you still open? In the trenches, but you're here. Appreciate it. Glad you're hanging out. Why does this no longer work? I'm considered in the safari room. Do they just not work at all? That would be troubling. I don't know how they could forget that information, but sure. Let's just run from a distance and see if that one opens. I got my favorite criticism ever for this game. The person said the map's too big, and I was like he wanted me to shrink everything down. I was like, someone didn't get the memo. That's weird that you don't work. Why? Why would you not work? This button works on the other thing too. Why would you forget? That's troubling. Especially because they originally worked earlier until I made improvements. Oops. Actually. Let's see if it even reaches that point. I'm assuming the age load is preventing it from keeping information about itself. Like it's just forgetting the information, which seems weird that that's a thing because it's a default variable thing. Well, actually, no, it's been changed, but not all the other ones keep their stuff. So why wouldn't this one? Like it's the magical reason why it didn't. Especially because it works on the other one. What if I just jump on it, instantly works? Well, I could just do an not event being played, but just a begin overlap. What if I just do that and then I don't care? It's probably looking for the thing, but it's not finding it because they're too far away. But if this just happened to be farther down here, like you can get the player character, I'm fine with this. I didn't get the child actors. This I'm fine with. It's this other thing here that doesn't need to exist. This should actually be done here. Give it very clear, so I'm gonna do it in this order. Oh wait, no. Well, first off, does it work this way? Here's to open. There you go. It's just an H-load problem. Of course, and that means it won't work if they're in a different room, unless the thing is always loaded. That's a problem. The H-load system sucks. It causes so many issues for me. Because the stuff's not perpetually in the world, but not much else I can do about it. So I just need to set the puzzle things close enough that it works. Otherwise, it's not going to work at all. Whatever. Disaster has been averted on that one. That's the Lady in the Empress Tarot container issue. All that because I wanted to standardize the things so I didn't have to have, you know, completely unique altars for every single one. Also for a battle later, it's really handy if they all look like that. Really handy. I hate the H-load thing because putting NPCs in the H-load means they don't tend to keep their own variables or anything like that either. But if you spawn them in, then there's a good chance that they just fall through the world if you go too far away because it'll despawn crap. Which has been causing me no end of trouble. How big the rooms are getting, I might need to make the building spawn at a greater distance as well, too. Anything else stuck in the ground you know about? A room that's not even got anything going on with it. I'm glad I reduced the size of this game by a bunch. I really am. Oh wait, this room. You're not really stuck in the floor, maybe mildly, but not enough that I care. I mean, I started the third floor. I started the fourth floor too. We'll talk about that later. I don't want to go off on that yet. Because, to be honest, it's not even really conceptual. I just put a couple things there to remind myself they were supposed to be there. Anyways, this is the third one here, so I can delete all this crap now. I don't need the nav mesh either. Ain't none of that supposed to be on this map. Ain't none of that optimized. Not sure I'm going to put that there. I might replace these with like, not like one of these little cities, we have like a western city or a medieval city. I've been debating on that. That reminds me, I had a bunch of new assets I wanted to look at. And with my brain a little fried to 7.5 hours for the stream, yeah, you know, maybe I'll take a look at them. One of the ones that was fun was the Sky Town. That came out this time around. Did I even hit everything? 500. Let's not be a 5,000. 500 is probably fine. It's not fine. 1,000. Let's not be a loser. No, we can fight anywhere. Except for way out there. That's far. I don't care. And Nav Mish. 1,000. You're dead. Okay, probably need to be 1,000. That's probably a lot. Alrighty. Oh, that's right. We set this map up so we can fight on it just for fun. I don't see any reason not to. I could not. That's no fun. Where are you, Ultra Sky? Oops. Where's all these alpha lights at? Whatever. Be gone, trash lights. This is my home now. I hate when people don't organize their crap. Don't they understand? I just want to play on their map, but I want my thing to look cool. I don't need two of you. One's fine. I do need dynamic weather, though. Yeah, let's fight. Run away with back, but thank you for doing that. I can just name it after one of the rooms that already exists, too. I set default music. That's fine enough, I guess. Actually, I could probably find a better boss fight. Let's see. Encounters. Here, we'll make a Sky City. Wait, guys. How did your nice. Have you acquired the monitor? Are you golden now? Is life good? Give you a migraine. What a weird monitor. Monitors are good though. Radiation is good. 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 Guess I can just enable the world. Then not have to worry about lights. I can just play around on the map for funsies. Which is kind of what I wanted to do. Some funsies. World Poppet, which I haven't bothered to make yet, but World Poppet. Text all blurred, the colors weren't right. I changed settings for like half hour to get right. This does not sound like the best monitor. No. I'm usually very plug and play with my monitors. It makes me unhappy that it's not plug and play. It's saying. Literally all the time. Oh. I made one called Sky City, right? Oh yeah, brother. Sky City. Where's my room info? I'll play on the new toy. New toy. New toy. New toy. Hey, Lepus. My monitors that I think one I found in the junk room here, and the other one I've just had for like I think 7 years or something. I'm playing on the giant map for funsies. I have no other purpose than playing on the giant map because it's fun. That's it. I just wanted to play on it. My musical ladder. Alright, enemies. Let's do this. Going back to 160p now. That's fair. Where are the enemies at? Did you not do the nav mesh thingy? Is the nav mesh working? It supposedly is. It did say I was in Sky City, right? Yeah. I want to see if I want to use it for in place of having a steampunk city. But these encounter rates are trash, garbage. And thus, I'm not seeing any kind of fight. Not being very useful at the moment. That's fine. Actually, I don't really care at the moment. We need some real encounters here. Like 30. 20. Destroyables everywhere. Encounter rate 10. None of this wimpy crap here. Let's do this. Should spawn in though. I am listed as being in Sky City. I should be able to just drop my thing on any map and be good to go. Hopefully. Unless the nav mesh is screwed up somehow. Sometimes it happens. Like a monitor. I mean, I guess the monitor can be trash garbage. I suppose. What if the nav mesh is screwed up? In theory, it should spawn. I'll clone this. It just doesn't care what map it is. Oh, it needs a Puppet Master. Duh. Hey guys, the Puppet Master's not working. Maybe if you put it on the damn map, that might help. Yeah. We drag and drop things. Yeah, there we go. Now we're good. Let us begin. I've come for your women and children. Most of your women, I don't really care. The children are just to, you know, put in the orphanage before we light it on fire. That fence blocks me. You suck. How are you stuck in there? You're terrible. It's like it's playing hide and seek with me. Also, the door opens when I bonk it, which I like. This room takes me back because it reminds me of the attic that the game jam was in. I see. Good old Kaz being Kaz. Yeah. Yeah. As with all insults, I just think of who sent them and don't care. I was like, eh, whatever. I'm not even exploring the map. I should be. I must invade that tower. To the tower! Spider-Man time. I'm gonna latch onto this. Whee! I can see my house from here. Oh, that doesn't work too hot when you hit the underside of that, does it? Tells you physics. Whee! What happens if I unequip this? Does it unequip the rope? No. Probably should fix that. This is my version of Fortnite. Really? Really? You're such a jerk. Wow. I deserve that. Get bubbled, loser. World's too overpowered. I can see that now. Of course, it's supposed to be, so it's kind of the point. Aha, you've been trapped. Now get diced, loser. Yes, yes, dice. Okay, the dice are really ineffective again on a hill, by the way. I thought I'd point that out. There aren't really a lot of hills in my game, so, you know, it never really came up, but... Apparently these stairs suck. Ooh, what's this? That's anticlimactic. Really? Now you can't escape the dice. Man, these things have huge health, though. Ah! I can abuse that, too. That's kind of cool. I like the little thingy there. We tour in the city. That doesn't do anything yet. The moon's gonna be terrible here, right? It's not very good against flying enemies. You gotta try to jump and hit them. But unfortunately, he's way too high up. Does let you move a little faster. It's very good against pots. Actually, these trees are kind of cool. After I just put a bunch of the trees in. Hear me out. These trees are kind of cool. Giant statue. Big Daddy Keen, Poppet. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I love Ultra Dynamic Sky. Look at that. Like, the dress is blowing, the hair is blowing. And I'm inside. Mostly the rain doesn't hit inside. At least there's that. Invade the town. Enemies aren't really spawning anymore. I think it's because I got too far from... Actually, no, because they should like spawn anywhere I'm at, but... I wonder if it's just run out of... If it's eclipsed the number yet or not. I don't know, if I hang out in an area, they should probably start spawning again in theory. I have been kind of jumping around really fast, so... The system was never intended for you to be out in the open, and Poppet has a lot of maneuverability that she's just... is horribly unfair in the open. A lot of the game is balanced by the fact there's walls. We won't even talk about her ability to just basically dash off the world. I don't know where they're at. Guess I should fix that bug with the encounter system. Ah yes, the bridge! To the Sky Island! To the Sky Island! Oh, that's kind of a cool image there. With the lightning going off. I'm gonna put that one in the Discord. Because it looks like a Discord thingy. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I guess the enemies are still spawning. Oh wait. We the devil now. We're trying to sack the city. You can't escape me forever. This middle of the bridge is supposed to be pretty crappy. Never mind. I ran over it. I've conquered this guy today. Actually, that's kind of a cool image right there. Devil Poppet. Yeah, that's a cool image right there. My bad. My bad. That's a cooler image. I like it. Put it in the Discord on my little puppet thingy. I don't know, I might use a thing like that. I have a lot of abilities. Flying is easily the most boring, though. Hate flying. Those are cool. What are these? What's this? I'm gonna hit it with my airship. Coming in for a landing. Poppet has a lot of abilities, though. Can you imagine when I finally have 66 abilities to play with? Holy crap. Like, I don't even have 30 yet. Ooh, what's over here? Ooh. The enemy's not spawning as much as I want them to, which is unfortunate. I think that there's a bunch of ones that are broken, which is kind of part of the bug. I'd like to find them if that's actually possible, because it would then prove that it's not just that crappy little island and that one thing that somehow makes the bug happen. What's over here, buddy? They're at it. Fair enough. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, it was more fun when they were fighting me. Now I'm less excited. I do like all the thunder and lightning. I had to put it on there because I don't get to use it in my game, so it makes me inappropriately happy. Maybe I break these. Fight me, you jerks. I do like these assets quite a bit. These trees are pretty neat. The rocks are kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. More things spawned. Yay! Off that boat. Bye-bye. They should despawn based on distance, but they aren't. Which is actually the most interesting thing so far. Really? This is why I'm adding in more things that let me shoot directly into the sky. Because that happens, and almost none of the weapons can actually hit them. There's like 3 weapons that could hit him there. 4, actually, I guess the chariot can technically hit him. It's really hard because it's so bad, but I never did improve it. And once I killed these pots were holding back the enemies. Yay! Yeah, the world tower regenerates so fast that it doesn't even matter that I've taken damage because it just already comes back like hit me. And that's how fast the regen is on that dumb thing. It's supposed to be the endgame toy, so, you know, it's supposed to have a lot of broken crap. And you will need it for the final fight. Make no mistake about it. You will want it. Well, you can't get to the final fight without it, so. Yeah, I think it just doesn't despawn at a distance, because once I got back to where all these things spawned, it was perfectly fine. And so far, they're all behaving. I'm gonna leave them for a second. Poppet's air dash is gross. It's super overpowered. It should not be what it is, but it's not even in the game yet, so I haven't balanced it until it is. And without any kind of light restrictions, these are really powerful. Yeah, they're following me now. I think the pot just doesn't despawn or something somehow. Because those stayed there a long time, and I went all the way out to the Skylands and came back. And that's far. There's no map in my game that big. This map is way bigger than anything in my game. But it's fun that it's open. I mean, if I want to make this in just a battle arena game, I think I have all the stuff to make a battle arena game. That's kind of a... I'm gonna go inside some of these buildings. What's going on, buddy? I've come to loot your stuff. That's kind of cool. Do they all just stand in the same attic? Am I just gonna be disappointed? Yes. I thought it was cool the first time. Put up with it the second time. I can't even open this one, really? The pot's waiting for me. You know what I really want? This to be breakable. You just jump at it like you're a superhero. Hell yeah. Oh. Unfortunately, my character's too tall to jump down that. She's slightly too big. Hello. Ow. Mean. That's a closet. Oh, that's not a closet. That's the way out. Oh, you're stuck here forever. What about this building? Do you have a better... I mean, it looks like it's the same top on every building. It's got some cool windows, though. I mean, look at the windows in that. You're behind it. Did that door kind of teleport to the side? Was that me? I mean, it doesn't matter. That's their coding. I don't care about their coding. You can't even go up. Why can't I go up? I hate it. I hate it. I should have rigged random music to keep playing so it wouldn't play the same music over and over. It is fun to wander around this, though. Actually, I had this right over the side. I was stupid. Papa just shoves doors aside. She's like, whatever. Shoves it. Hell yeah. Oh, yep. Same thing. Got all excited. Same thing. That's pretty fun. I mean, it's cool. I like it. I can get behind it. I don't know if I'm going to use it. Those are cool. I don't know if I'm going to use though. I'm just going to do a save in general. I don't care. It's already in there anyway, but I'm sure I'll play around on it. This person wants to meet me when? I should probably... I guess I gotta find out what this guy wants to meet me, because I might need to log off soon if I need to meet him soon. See what he says. I might need to change it up. I had a bunch of other assets I want to look at though. That is a pretty epic map though. I do like it. Full of a lot of epic toys. And if I set it to like 40 things to fight, it'd just be this brutal brawl, and I probably should have done that. I don't know why I restricted the number so low. 10's higher than anywhere in the game, my game, but I should have made it a battle royale. Whatever. I didn't. Now I have only regret in my life. What's this? Why is it here? I don't know. I put a bunch of assets in here with the intention to check and see if any of them were going to be useful for what I was going to do, because there was something in them I liked. But I should have just picked up the Sky City thing and dropped it everywhere. A battle continues across every single map. How cool will this be? You know, are you just doing L underscore thing? This is just whatever they use. Oh, this thing. I don't even know I have this. I'm not going to use it. I actually end up typing level and then underscore. I don't know why. L underscore is way better. Maybe I'll do it in the future. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use this for anything in particular that I can think of. Oh. Override. There's no room info, so it won't play any music. I mean, maybe. In the pool. Oh, actually, there's an under thingy, right? Does it? Yeah, it does. That's kind of cool, I guess. I'm pretty certain I've run around this one before, and it wasn't that great. Because I kind of already have all this stuff in the Pirate Tavern, which is like 1,000 times better than this map. Because it just has way more toys that look a lot cooler than this. This is really bare bones. Got an okay looking water thing. It doesn't work for my game because it's way too bright, but... I don't need signs like this because I have my own specific stuff I use. Just like M for material? Yeah. I didn't think about it. That was my problem there. I like the design of this room. Except for these ridiculous holes in the ground. Like, seriously. How are you supposed to run this place while standing on this crap? Like, really? Basically, it's 2B up for my game. It's weird. I like the nets, kind of. Not enough that I'd use them, but... Well, maybe I would. I don't know. I was hoping there was something here that was actually kind of cool, but most of it's kind of garbage. Like I say, the Pirate Tavern we got recently is like way better than this. Most of these aren't even that nice looking, so... Oh, that was disappointing. I know only disappointment. I am the sad. There was one I've been trying to figure out where to put it. Is it called? It's not called office, or maybe it is. I don't know. There's like a command center one that looks like it's the Bureau of like the Time Bureau from friggin' Loki. I can't remember what it's called, but I don't know what they called it in this either. So I'm trying to figure out which one it is. I'll probably just delete all the other crap that I'm not going to use. Oh, this is it. There we go. I want to see what this one had. Oh, it's got computer crap and things that aren't going to be useful. Sure. That's not really what I'm looking at. Be all the stuff that would actually be period appropriate hidden in here that I can get away with. Also, a random mattress on the ground. This looks like a place I'm going to fight zombies. Why are there working computers in this? Actually, this could just be like Asmongold's, like, you know, base or something. It'd be close enough. Papers everywhere. Giant screen that is no use for me. Anything that looks cool? Okay, this is kind of so far pretty crap. Need stairs. I like the stairs, but I'm not going to use them. I already have plenty of stairs. Little chandelier thingy. Got those too. Neat. Some sort of random trip to hell. Can't even get through here. I actually have no means of shrinking Poppet. Huh. Really? And no means of teleporting forward. You can duck, but that's not a shrink. Am I gonna have to bounce out? Can I cheat my way through real quick? No. I was hoping that the brief transformation would be enough, but it's not actually. Okay, well, that's kind of disappointing after the pictures. I'm gonna say it. I mean, there's some cool stuff here, I guess, but not for me. Obviously, I have to go in the red room because it bugs me that I've not been in the red room, but I appreciate all the stacks of things, but I already have books and things. I have spine books, too, for that matter. What's in the red room? That camera. Oh, no. At least the Sky City was really cool. There's that. Where was the red room? This way? I made it into the red room. Okay. Yeah, stuff's too modern for me. This would be really great for some sort of, you know, funny take on being a gamer and something with zombies, probably. Sadly, not for me. Okay, well, I found one thing I like so far. What else I got that might be interesting? The Pirate Tavern, like I said, was way better. I might actually pull some of this in for the Broken Compass area. I mean, just look how much nicer these docks are and everything like that. They're just such a higher quality. Every asset in this is just like a higher quality. Oh, I deleted the island all the crap on, I think. I don't remember. Maybe I did. Actually, these table and chairs might prove handy for the broken thing like that. So maybe I'll make a second set of table and chairs out of these. Since they're, you know, rectangular, which is pretty good because otherwise Poppet can't grab them. I don't know what to do with that specifically. I do like the arch with the skull on it, but I have plenty of skulls at this point. Goodness knows I'm putting them everywhere now. But my skulls actually look at you while you do stuff. And judge you. They do emotional damage. Yeah, the table and chair is probably handy from this. I'll probably yank those. I already yanked the stools, but the problem is I don't really want those stools. I want square stools. I might make the stool, I guess. I'm not gonna make a stool. Who am I kidding? I don't give a crap. I'll make a chair that's taller. That's fine. I don't need the paintings. I like that this is a painting of the thing. I'm just saying. It's like a painting of his demo level. Beautiful. Yeah, I think I like this one better in general. You can't even get past that. You can, but you have to jump weird. Actually, I might put this on the thing. Not bad. I can probably use a couple of those things for the old one. The one. I think that's all the maps I want to look at. Like I say, the command center, pretty crap. Not that interested. City thing they gave us, pretty sweet. First time I've liked just about anything they give me since they switched over to Fab. That's not true. I actually like some of the random things out of everything. We need another Fab sale though. Just saying. Actually, they might have another Fab sale. Because there's stuff on sale. Now they actually have sales on Fab. That's crazy. You've evolved to a higher plane of Fab Sale goodness. Of course, there's almost nothing I want from Fab, but there might be something. Waiting to see what this one guy says about meeting up today. I might have to log off soon. So there was like a wheel. A wheel. That was kind of cool. Oh, they're probably interior. Exterior? No ship wheel. There's a bunch of boats. Barrels in a net, huh? Curious. Could hang these from the ceiling if I want. I'd probably have like little small ones, maybe not big ones in the net. To kind of act as a bit more of a thingy. Would I do that? Maybe. Kind of like they put it in for decoration reasons, not because it's actually functional. Which means there might be like random ones just hanging out. Also, they need to be... Okay, why am I placing stuff in the dark again? How am I supposed to even see? The ceiling is kind of dark, you know? Kind of the thing. Okay, well, maybe put like a couple of them over here or something, you know? Probably not right next to where someone might get up and slam their head into it or something like that with that chair. Actually, probably over here. Maybe it's just like what they're using. Like kitchen stuff. Maybe Poppet will be able to jump on him. I don't know. Sure. Modules. What this? Ornaments? Pirate flag. And a flagpole. What the? Not sure I'm gonna just put a pirate flag on the wall, but yeah, maybe. That'd be like way bigger though, because you know, in my world, nothing's normal sized. Wait, what? Why is this tiny little thing here? What is it doing? It's stuck in the ceiling. I don't even understand. How does this even happen? This is why I go through later on and just find every single little thing that could be possibly, you know, put somewhere. Like, you know, I go down the list of things and organize it. So this way I can find all the stuff that's hidden in walls and things that just happens over the course of time. A fabric canopy. What's this look like? What's this? Oh, it's like you gotta put it attached to some things or something. How'd they use it? Back to their map so I could see how they used it. Maybe just straight lift it out of there if it looks cool. Oh, they did this with it. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is actually a singular piece. Interesting. Oh. I want that. Also, where in the world is this stupid ship thingy? What'd they put it under? For those people keeping track, it is under... It's actually just under interior. I just missed it. Good for me. I might put a picture of, you know, some person in my world with a pirate thingy on instead. You know, for funsies. I could see it. Sometimes you just need good ideas. Hmm. Oh. Those little bags of coins. Interesting. Would this canopy stuff go well anywhere is a good question. I don't know if that's true because it's inside, so I'm just going to test it out of curiosity. I should have realized it was microscopic. Okay, well, 50 wasn't the number I was looking for, but you have to move them like these. I don't know if that would really fit. There's not really any actual sun. First off, I'm going to move them farther apart so that they are where they'd actually be. It's not here I probably want them. Be 100% fair. Am I wrong? Maybe they should be there. Hmm. You know, maybe they should actually be there, to be fair. At first I thought they might look a little weird, but I don't know if they look weird anymore. I mean, I'll put them hold up by something certain, but you know. I don't really see them from over there, but I actually don't think I hate them necessarily. Oh wait, never mind, those are boring. What is the collision on these things? It's terrible. Before I mess with the collision on those, I'm gonna grab this wheel and put it in here. No. I don't want it there. Nah. Put it over a table. I'm gonna put a few of these here to remind myself to make cups you can knock over. This table doesn't look so bad. That table and this table will work with. Disgusting, I hate it. But this matches these things too. I don't hate that at all. The matching chairs though might be a problem. I basically need to duplicate these things and then just change out the mesh. This is also not a square. But it can also be compressed to be kind of a square. Let me think about that. Also a megalodon tooth. Just hanging crap on the wall. I'll put some paintings or something eventually. I don't know what crap I want to put on this wall. I have another table that can work for this, I think. Yeah, I do. Under furniture. Got all this crap I made in the past. This is the better table. For pirate. I know pirate table makes more sense, but putting them all this way means I can sort all my tables a lot easier. How big is this? I don't even scale big, so I just need to restructure that so it's the same as the other stuff. That'll be fine. I guess was it lower? Because Poppet will be able to grab her in this and pull it over, so it's very worth it that she can do this. Here's the other one, not gonna happen, but this one, pretty much. Maybe too much work to finish this one. Easy. Oh yeah, I can't do that. We're not in the world. We're in a blueprint. I can't just hold Alt. I don't know why they don't just make Alt an option to do inside of the blueprints. Like, you'd think they would. There's no reason not to. Other than they just didn't want to. I'm try to like the size of this one. 6 might make more sense. I can also shrink it like this if I want to get the size of this table. I don't know how much I even gain for doing this other than it kind of matches a little better. That's true. And I am kind of recycling the same table and chairs everywhere. And it's kind of a bit much after a while. I'm just going to put this over here and jump around on it a bunch. I'm also going to redo the chairs real quick too. And the stools. My plan for the stools is to actually just put a square top on them. Really that simple. Navigate directly to that table. I mean, 0.01 actually is fine. Good enough as long as you don't leave the lock on, so it actually works everything. But it actually is enough to grab it. But I guess to be fair, it does kind of give it more of a padded look, I guess.
Oops, I don't want that. I just jam this across the whole top, and then I won't have to wonder why it doesn't fit very well. I mean, it's never going to be perfect, but at some point... Okay. Alright. Many of these areas are pretty much done with 1.0, but I'm thinking about not releasing until I put in notification sounds. What do you think? I feel like it's a core feature. I mean, if you feel like something is necessary for your project, like it's just something that people are going to expect, and the project doesn't really work without it, then I'd probably put it in. But if it's something that can be added extra later, then I'd probably just release. Kind of up to you on how you feel it's going, really. I'm thinking of making small YouTube videos, kind of tutorials mixed with devlogs. I mean, it's what all the cool kids are doing, right? And you know you want to be a cool kid. Imagine not being a cool kid. Weird. I mean, who does that? Not be a cool kid. Oh, yeah. It sticks off the side there, doesn't work. It immediately failed. Wow. Yeah, not a lot of young people writing tutorials. Honestly, game dev is not really something a lot of young people tend to get into, to be fair. Most of the time they're making stuff in, like, you know, for Fortnite or Roblox or something. They don't have the dreams of making their own huge games like a lot of us do. Can you grab none of this? Why? Because the collision's trash. Got it. I forgot about that. My bad. My bad. I should just do it. Just kind of want it to be finished and released. Oh, you know, either or works, right? I mean, if you think it's necessary. But, I mean, if you can just add it later, does it matter? Kind of have you. If you can add it later, then you already have it out there. People are already using it. And then, you know, and all the extra features make it amazing. Really, whatever you think is best. You know your project better than I do. I'm gonna shrink those down. They're too fat for these. Finally, something I can vault over. There's so little you can vault over in this game. Can you grab this side? You can. But it's really finicky on this far side here. I mean, you escape saving for as people with ADHD or attention problems.
I don't know. Does that make a difference? Or like, you know, whether or not you release something in the initial thing, or you just do it a little bit later? I don't know. I mean, maybe it does. Hell if I know these things. I just walk out. Jolly good show. I'll just walk out. Actually, I'm just changing the number on this one here, right? 0.03. Oops. I'm still want to go all the way through. Five point four. Or 8 maybe. 4.6. I find that getting things out the door is often probably the best strategy. The longer you mess with something before you get out the door, the worse it is. The more likely you just fail. Much better being flatter like this. Like if I'm going a different speed, it actually changes how I move over it. Works for me. Cool. Did it get back to me? Probably wrap it up relatively soon. Pretty much at the 9-hour mark, I imagine. I mean, I'll just be streaming tomorrow anyway. Maybe I'll resolve the encounter bug. It mostly works until it doesn't. I'm surprised getting all actors with a tag doesn't destroy them all. And it's not an H-load issue because you're right next to them, so it's kind of weird. Anyway. Behold the pirate chair. There, pirate. So we convert this over to level instance here. Just put it back on. Clients? I don't understand. That client, that's just... That's for other people. It always wants to put it like not lined up correctly, so I'm just doing that real quick. Hopefully at some point, I learn what the word is and tell many people this game. Even though it's going to be a minute. A long minute before that happens. Unless I do some sort of early access. I thought about it. Much of it being the whole, I'm not sure I'll be able to test it any other way, but... that's something I didn't think about. Those might change in size. Really? It's weird that these shrink that direction. I think it's because I rotated them. It's almost certainly because I rotated them. That sucks. Alright, well, let me go fix that. Should have started here. I don't know what I was thinking. Oop. Not all of them, bucko. Things I just didn't think about. Oh, 0.16. Hey Zian, how's it going? Welcome back. Not sure how much longer I'll be streaming, but welcome back. I do wonder if streaming earlier in the day or morning would be better than late at night like I do. I wonder many, many times a day. Kind of stream at like the worst time of day for most people, I think. Oh, she had the weird little flippy. Much bigger table to play with. Oops. I put a chair here for no reason because I had no way to get up initially, and I have it now, so I don't care. Slowly turning it into more of a parody-themed area. These shelves probably need to be removed and replaced with something better than that. I don't care right now. Yeah, I'm real Andy. Showed up just in time for like the tail end of the stream. Or they should stream later in the day. I think every kid is under 11 and 12 is under and don't like Metroidvania games. Fair enough. Can't imagine making games for people that young, or even wanting to. To be honest, if your game is good, it doesn't really matter which age group, really. But yes. I see. I don't know why you think anything you're saying matters there. In this one, but sure. The whole, you know, I never seen them because there's a lot of kids out there and you're probably not watching everything they do. But it's worth noting your personal experience doesn't show them ever playing it. That being said, I don't care about anyone who's 11 to 12 age range. Like I say, it's not for me. Maybe. This game is not suitable for children. It would be suitable, like, at best I'd get teen rating. So it would actually be about a year older than that. So it'd be like 13 or something that they'd be allowed to buy it. quiet. That's... I largely make my games for people who are probably older, in all honesty. So I don't have to worry about if something would be suitable for children. Where did I put that? Looks like a stool pirate. Halo's a pretty old game by their standards. You gotta remember that these kids have never, like... Halo came out, like, what? Longer ago than those kids were even born? So, you know. But I also just don't take children into account when making games. You know, play games that are not complex, exactly. So I said I don't know why I would want to target them of all people. It's approximately the same, not quite. So that might actually be the right height anyway. Whatever the case, let's put it in a level instance. Where did I save that? Browse to asset. I just can't read. Okay, fair enough. Go here and fix that so it's actually where it's supposed to be. Open the original level, so you have instead. I shrunk it down. Doesn't matter. I think after I test these out, I'm gonna call it for the night. Yeah, I'll be doing testing. I'm not just gonna release it without checking for bugs. That's weird. Probably a testing thing through Steam, I imagine. They have test options, so I'll probably use it. It really just doesn't want to put this on the ground. Shift 10 does not always work, sadly. Not sure how many testers I need or how it's going to work out yet. It's a ways off. I doubt it'll be until like summer of 2026 that I actually get testers together for any kind of serious bug testing. Unless the game gets an early access, in which case, different story, of course, but that's not now. I missed that side. See the other sides? I probably need to fix the collision. Yeah, GTA still won't be 6 won't be out. So yeah. Yeah, that's gonna come out long after I release this. I imagine that's gonna be a hot minute. That's okay. I'll provide people something to play and well, they wait for that, I suppose. Sure. Why not? Oh, 0.4 please. 0.39? That's probably a little better. Honestly, it should be 0.39 in both directions. It should just be the same both directions because it's pretty rectangular. Or it should be a square. That you can reasonably grab hold of. And then the collision on you. I'm just gonna put it as complex and save us all the trouble. Ain't no way this is gonna work otherwise. Looks like salad on that side, huh? Yep. Hmm. Let's see. I want to see 0.4 and just get it even here. You want us to live? Why? Why would it make us to levitate 50 feet off the ground? I mean, realistically, the ceiling in this room would be approximately 10 feet at most. So. Does it have a somewhat raised ceiling? Actually, it's probably actually closer to 8 feet, 8.5 feet at most. Judging by the height of the door and the ceiling against it. Maybe 9 feet. It's probably slightly taller than normal. Alright, those will work.
Okay. I think I'll end up calling it here. I gotta meet someone in
Apparently 8 hours. Well, it's a functional place. I have cobwebs in a different area, but this is one people would be in for food and stuff.
Anyway, I'm gonna bid everyone adieu and all that and head out for the day. I gotta get sleep before work and
Yeah.
oh, thanks to everyone who watched. I guess the Twitch people are currently in an ad break, but whatever. People would be putting their feet down that the cobwebs would just get wiped out. Besides, it gets cleaned because it's a restaurant. So, you know. But anyway, yeah. I'll be back tomorrow, 9 hours earlier than now. Yep.
For all those people who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like what you saw, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, yeah, whatever, or don't. And, you know, thanks for watching just the same either way.
Catch you later, Ian. And this one, that one, and yeah. Good time. So, bye.